Chapter 1278. The few of them stood up. They took a look at this dark and gloomy cave that they had been hiding in for 8 days. Their expressions were very solemn. These 8 days were calm and peaceful. Once they got out, it would be a bloody battle that spanned thousands of miles. No one knew if any of these brothers beside them would be able to walk out of the Northwest alive. It was the most dangerous situation. For a moment, everyone actually felt rather reluctant to part. Once we get out, it will be a bloody battle. It might be you, or it might be me, but we will all be buried in the Northwest. Shu Yang's voice was solemn. It is absolutely impossible for all of us to walk out of the Northwest unscathed. Someone will definitely die. Everyone, you must be prepared. Wei Wuyin and the rest of the 8 nodded solemnly. After we get out, we will try our best to stay together and maintain our full strength. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not split up, Chu Yang said solemnly. However, we will be separated sooner or later. Therefore, I will say my farewells here first. Everyone, take care. You must stay alive. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude. They looked deeply into each other's eyes and said in unison, Everyone, take care. You must stay alive. At this moment, even the 4 officers felt the same way. To hell with the extraterrestrial demons. At this moment, they were all brothers who would live and die together. Let's go. Chu Yang took the lead and walked out. Wei Wuyin and the rest followed closely behind. The 4 officers took 2 steps forward and stopped at the same time. They turned around and knelt down. Boss, may you find sister-in-law. Forever and ever. Together forever. The 4 of them kowtowed fiercely at the same time. When they raised their heads, their faces were already covered in tears. They were bidding farewell to Lang Yilong, who was already separated from the netherworld. On the ground, after the Li clan's group had gone through a lot of trouble, the snow that was dozens of feet thick had disappeared. There was only black soil left. The black soil moved gently. Then, a hole the size of a human head quietly appeared. Then, the surrounding soil arched up soundlessly, forming a barrier that blocked the hole that had just appeared. And then, only then did a human head emerge from the hole with extreme caution. 2 intelligent eyes were rolling around, surveying the terrain. There was nothing unusual. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang had thought of many things while he was diving out. Of course, they were all very unimaginable. For example, as soon as he poked his head out, someone suddenly grabbed his hair and said, "Ha ha, little, so you were hiding here." Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Chu Yang swam out. That's right, he swam out. After his head popped out, it stuck to the ground. Then, as if there were no bones in his body, he slowly crawled out of the hole. His head led the way in front, like a snake slithering out. Then, the other 8 people behind him followed suit and swam out. The cave was instantly sealed, without a trace. Everyone was lying on the ground. When they looked around, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The originally flat snowfield was now full of potholes. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Originally, the place was covered in silver, but now, only sporadic snowflakes could be seen. All the land had been turned over. The yellowish-brown soil was dug up. If it wasn't for the fact that it was still snowing, they wouldn't even be able to see these sporadic snowflakes. As the saying goes, 3 feet into the ground. But from the looks of it, the Li clan has done more than 3 feet. Chu Yang sighed, a full 1,000 feet deep. They've dug up the entire vast land has been dug up? Everyone nodded speechlessly. That was really a big deal. Looking around, all the land had been dug up. Even the mountains as far as the eye could see had been turned into mounds. Obviously, even the mountains had been turned over to search. Such strength and density caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone has seen the Li clan's determination. Chiang took a deep breath. Everyone nodded solemnly. Don't say anything else. Let's move. If we want to escape from the Li clan's tight encirclement, we need to be prepared. Chu Yang lowered his body and leaped up. Follow me. Everyone followed closely behind him. She could rest assured that her life, future, and mission would all be handed over to this young man at this moment. Trust and tacit understanding had been formed without a sound. Chu Yang's body was like a soundless wisp of smoke traversing the ground. Keep up with my speed and imitate my movements. Don't make any mistakes. When we get out, change out your black robes as soon as you have the chance. Especially the four of you in black robes. It's really too eye-catching in this northwest region. There's snow everywhere. It's simply a natural target. Everyone walked forward cautiously. Wei Wuyin and the others followed Chu Yang's footsteps unconditionally. At first, the four law enforcement officers didn't think much of it. But as they moved forward, they realized that they were imitating Chu Yang's movements. Every movement that seemed to be useless was, in fact, making use of every change in their bodies to make use of the surroundings perfectly. Even a blade of grass or a fist-sized stone was used by Chu Yang as a cover to hide his body, and it was flawless. What was especially shocking was that Chu Yang actually took into account the refraction of the hazy light in the sky for every movement he made. Even if there was a person beside him, as long as his cultivation wasn't high enough, it would be very difficult for him to realize that there was actually a group of people not far away from him. Slowly, everyone felt a sense of familiarity with Chu Yang's walking route. Wasn't this the route that they escaped from 8 days ago? Why did Chu Yang go back again? The next moment, everyone's guess was confirmed. Chu Yang's hurried voice could be heard. This route is to the place where the battle took place. Firstly, this route must have been searched countless times by them. Secondly, so much time has passed. They must have thought that we have escaped far away. So, this route, comparatively speaking, it's the safest route. He laughed softly. Thirdly, this is also the place where 5 of your brothers died. If we're lucky enough to find any traces, it'll be considered as us living people doing our best. Fourthly, as long as we reach the place where the battle took place, and it's also the route to the outside world that everyone is most familiar with, it'll be easy for us to escape. The eyes of the 4 law enforcement officers reddened. They said gratefully from the bottom of their hearts, "Thank you." They really didn't expect Chu Yang to be so meticulous. He even took into consideration their inner feelings and their greatest regret. Indeed, those brothers were like a thorn in their hearts. If they could find anything, or even if they couldn't find anything, it would also be a great comfort to their hearts. I also have brothers. I understand this feeling. Chu Yang's voice could be heard faintly in the wind. Everyone was silent for a while. It didn't take long. Under everyone's careful vigilance, they finally reached the place where the battle took place. Seeing the mess here, everyone was rather dejected. Along the way, there were indeed Noli clan members lying in ambush. The 4 law enforcement officers widened their eyes and searched the messy ground seriously and carefully for traces that belonged to their brothers. After searching for a long time, they only found a few pieces of black cloth, half of a sword hilt and a section of a saber hilt. Other than that, they couldn't find anything else. There was a name carved on the saber hilt, and only one word on the sword hilt. But these were already enough to tell who their original owner was. Looking at this familiar half of a sword hilt and a section of a saber hilt, tears rolled down the 4 law enforcement officers' cheeks. "Put them away. Now is not the time to cry," Chu Yang said solemnly. "Cry after we bring them back." He paused for a moment and said, "Now, we need to confirm the route. How exactly can we escape safely? I haven't been here before. I need you to point out the terrain for me." The 4 of them gathered together and found a quiet place to shelter from the wind. They discussed in detail. Chu Yang frowned and quickly outlined the route in his mind. It was snowing heavily. Everyone walked silently in the night. Along the way, there wasn't even a village or a wish for them to change their clothes. They couldn't do that either. They had already traveled close to 500 kilometers, and there was still no sign of the Li clan members. However, such calmness made everyone's heart beat faster. The Li clan would definitely not give up. They would definitely not allow them to return alive. The peace now was just the darkness before dawn. The more peaceful it was now, the more complicated and bloody the road ahead would be. For more than 500 kilometers, the ground beneath their feet had been completely overturned. The surrounding mountains had already turned into mounds, and some had even turned into gravel. Other than the heavy snow that had just fallen from the sky, the original accumulated snow on the ground was basically nowhere to be seen. The Lee clan's search actually didn't miss any blind spots at all. All the forests that could hide people were completely destroyed. The more they walked, the colder they felt. What kind of determination did they have to do this? After walking for more than 2,500 kilometers, a layer of silver that connected heaven and earth finally appeared in front of them. In other words, the entire Lee clan had been flipped over in a huge circle with a radius of 2,500 miles. In other words, before the Lee clan had finished searching the remaining places, there were already experts from the Lee clan station here. The battle was about to begin. Take note, the battle is about to begin. Looking at the snowy white that connected heaven and earth dozens of kilometers away, Chu Yang said in a low voice, "Once we leave this area, we'll be in close combat anytime." Everyone nodded slowly. "Are you ready?" "Ready." "Then we're going to die. This is a path of certain death. We can only be considered alive if we can get out." "Good. Then let's take this path of death." With a low laugh, a figure rose into the air, sticking close to the ground and shooting out at an unimaginable speed. "After exiting from here, we'll be out of the northwest region." Everyone crouched on a small hill, buried in snow, looking at the intersection ahead. It was silent, but there was definitely an ambush here. For a long time, no one moved at all. Just as everyone was about to be dazzled, a figure seemed to flash in the direction of the intersection. A man in white suddenly appeared. "I'll continue to write the third update. Please vote. G. To be continued." Chapter 1279. The next moment, Chu Yang and the others almost cried out in shock. After the white-robed man appeared, he only made a hand gesture lightly. Suddenly, the few snow-covered trees and flat snowy ground at the direction of the intersection suddenly flipped. The trees suddenly turned into a few people and revealed themselves. "Did you discover anything?" The white-robed man who appeared first asked with his hands behind his back. "Elder, everything is normal. Continue to monitor." The white-robed man flew away with a whoosh. The white-robed men then turned into trees by the side of the road again. They were very lifelike. Chu Yang finally saw it clearly. These fellows chopped down the trees one by one, leaving only the upper half of the tree. They covered the broken parts with a layer of snow-like material. Then they put on their white robes and stuck their heads into the tree trunk to stand upright. They looked exactly like a big tree that braved the wind and cold, especially those who were fleeing for their lives. If they were to pass by in a panic, they would definitely not realize that the trunk at the bottom of the tree was actually a human. Wouldn't it be very easy to catch them then? It was truly a work of art. Chu Yang was full of admiration. The four officers broke out in cold sweat. This bastard from the Lee clan was really cunning. If it were them, they might really have walked right into the trap. How did this Chu Yang suddenly think of stopping here to observe? The weather was gloomy. Gloomy clouds floated to and fro in midair. Snowflakes fell gloomily in a place where no one was paying attention. A gloomy cloud attached itself to Chu Yang's body. The sword spirit was back. "How is it?" Chu Yang asked telepathically. "The security here is very tight," the sword spirit said. "It's just the movements just now. There are 8 first-grade supreme martial artist experts disguised as trees on both sides. There are 20 martial saint experts lying in ambush underground. These are the ones that appeared just now, on the surface. In the dark, there is another person disguised as a tree branch on each of these disguised trees. They are also supreme martial artist experts. There is an ambush like this every 15 kilometers. Once they discover something, they only need to let out a long whistle. Reinforcements will arrive from left and right. Everyone within a few hundred kilometers will also gather immediately." The sword spirits said, "This is the first checkpoint to get out." As for how many more checkpoints there were after this one, no one knew. However, what is certain is that this is the first checkpoint, and relatively speaking, is also the most relaxed checkpoint. Chu Yang's face became heavy. He understood the sword spirit's meaning. This was only the most relaxed checkpoint, and it had already reached this point. Then, what about the other strict checkpoints? What happened? These people seem to have taken ecstasy powder, the sword spirits said. Therefore, I used my divine consciousness to check them. Normally, they wouldn't be detected, unless it's the divine sense of a low-grade supreme martial artist. Chuyang rolled his eyes. If he was a mid-stage supreme martial artist, would he still need to hide here like this? Wouldn't he be able to just walk out of here? Pay attention. Che Chuyang began to transmit his voice to the others. The current situation is, after listening to Chu Yang's introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. So it's not just what we saw. There's more hidden on the tree? How about this? Don't move. Big Brother Wan and I will go out first. So, Chu Yang said. But you must remember, no matter what happens, you must not move. Be careful. Everyone cautioned. Of course. Chu Yang and Wan Rinja looked at each other. Then, the two of them quietly got up. Immediately after changing their clothes, they swaggered out. There were mostly black robes in Chu Yang's tribulation space. There were only 2 white robes, which came in handy at this moment. Chu Yang became a sinister-looking middle-aged man, while Wan Rinjia became a fierce-looking bandit. Compared to Wan Rinjia's temperament, this was indeed acting as themselves. The two of them strutted out, each carrying a large bundle on their back. Hey, big brother, what do you think is going on? Who's so free to actually turn over the entire land? Chu Yang said. Wan Rinjia's fierce-looking face trembled. Who knows? Maybe they're loosening the soil so that it'll be easier to plant crops next year. Plant crops. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Big brother is wise. Wan Rinjia looked up. Of course. You must know that in this kind of black soil, planting more peanuts and soybeans will also yield a good yield. Yes. Along the way, the two of them talked a lot of nonsense and boldly walked away. The Li clan members who were lying in ambush on the ground and underground were so angry that their bellies were about to explode. Who the hell would be so free as to send supreme martial artists to turn over the soil to plant crops? Which landlord's crops are so valuable? Unknowingly, they had already walked to those few trees. Stop right there. A few holes suddenly appeared in the ground. A few people in white jumped out. Who's there? Where are you going? Chu Yang and Wan Rinja were shocked. Wan Rinja chuckled and said, So there's an ambush here? Brothers, please. Don't try to curry favor with us. Who are you? What do you want to do? One of the people in white said impatiently. It's like this. We're all in a martial world, so there's nothing to hide. Chu Yang went forward in a wretched manner, all smiles. We brothers. Cough, cough. We've made a business deal, and we're in a hurry to sell it. Brothers, please do us a favor. As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of purple crystals and stuffed them into the hands of the people in white. Smack! One of the people in white slapped the purple crystals until they scattered all over the ground. He shouted, No. If you know what's good for you, go back. If you take another step forward, you'll die. Wan Rinjia shouted, How can you say this? We brothers have walked this path for at least 8,000 times, if not 10,000 times. Why is it that we're not allowed to pass this time? Which clan's rule is this? Let's all walk on one side of the road. Brothers, you're meddling too much. Don't think that you can talk to us like this just because you're first-grade supreme martial artists. The people in white looked at him coldly. I'll only say this once. Go back, or not. His hand was already on the sword hilt. Wan Rinjia was furious. Which clan are you from? So unreasonable. The people in white said coldly. Northwest Saber, Swordly. Li clan. Wan Rinjia immediately shrank. With a bitter face, he said, I'm sorry. The people in white didn't say anything. They just looked at him coldly. Cough, big brother, we're just a lone gang. Now, there's still the owner waiting for us outside. If we miss the time, I'm afraid we'll be hunted down by blood payers. Chu Yang took a step forward and pleaded, Big brothers, please be kind and let us pass. We'll definitely repay you generously. Go back. The people in white were unmoved. Chu Yang took another step forward with a bitter face. He wanted to plead again. With a flash of sword light, Chu Yang screamed and turned to leave. With a swoosh, the bag on Chu Yang's back was cut open. Smack, smack, smack. More than 10 items with purple gas fell to the ground. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the air became rich. Chu Yang screamed. He hurriedly kept them and put them into his arms. Wan Renjia also hurriedly kept them. Both of them nodded and bowed. Sorry for disturbing you. We'll go back now, go back now. Immediately, they turned and left in a panic. But it was too late. One of them had already widened his eyes and screamed, Purple Crystal Jade Essence. Top grade Purple Crystal Jade Essence. Following this shout, the eyes of the Li clan's people instantly widened. Everyone was an expert. Not many of them didn't know what was good for them. Purple Crystal Jade Essence. Who couldn't bear to see it? This was a rare treasure. Not to mention other things. The Li clan has been mining such a huge purple crystal mine for more than 10,000 years. But we haven't been able to open a single piece of purple crystal jade essence. And now, this guy was actually carrying a whole bag? Oh no, 2 bags. Didn't you see that the fierce-looking guy beside him was carrying an even bigger bag? This was practically a windfall from the sky. No wonder you could give out purple crystals so casually. You actually have so many jade essences. Now that you've revealed it, you actually want to leave? Where are you going? The higher-ups asked us to guard here, but they didn't say that we can't get rich. If we don't eat the meat that's sent to our mouths, wouldn't we be letting our ancestors down? Although these 2 people's cultivation wasn't weak. But we have more than 10 supreme martial artists here. What's there to be afraid of? Even if we get rich first, it won't hinder us from continuing our ambush. And it's a perfectly justifiable reason. These 2 people want to break through the barrier. So kill them. Stop right there. The white-robed man's eyes flashed with greed as he shouted. How would Chu Yang and Wan Renjia be willing to stop right there? The moment they heard this, they ran even faster. Immediately, someone at the side complained, Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear you. There's only so much. If the 2 sides come over to take a share of the loot, damn it, our share will be gone. Yes, this was the effect that Chu Yang wanted to be quiet. What if the other 2 groups of people 30 miles away heard them? With a few swoosh sounds, the 8 supreme martial artists who were acting as tree branches on the artificial tree leaped into the air and blocked the duo's path of retreat. Then, swoosh, 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 the big tree was also temporarily put down. The few supreme martial artists who were acting as tree branches also surrounded them with greedy smiles. A total of 30 to 40 people formed a big circle surrounding these 2 fat sheep in the middle. Chu Yang counted. Yes, no more and no less, 30 experts. Everyone came out at once. Thinking about it, it was human nature, such a rare treasure. If I don't come out, what if they don't share it with me? This is the purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang hugged the bundle tightly. His face was full of fear, and he said pitifully, dear bosses, please have mercy on us. In this northwest region, the 2 of us have never stopped paying the Li clan our respects. We have risked our lives to come here, and we still have to report to the Bloodpayers Hall. It's related to our lives. A white-robed man laughed sinisterly. He lowered his voice and said, You still have your lives? You actually want to escape unscathed after encountering the elders? If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Another person frowned and said, What's there to say? Quickly kill and bury them, and continue the ambush. Don't delay the important matters. Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, Are you all robbers? We have always respected the Li clan, but don't force us to do it. It won't look good for anyone. It's already 23 points. I'll continue to write the 4th update. Begging for everyone's monthly votes and to be continued. Chapter 1280. Don't force you to make a move. Make everyone look bad? Ha! A man in white laughed mockingly and said coldly, I'd like to see how you can make us look bad. How dare you threaten the Li clan? Even I admire your guts. Yes, just based on this sentence of yours, it's a capital offense. Everyone at the side interrupted. We didn't want to deal with you at first, but we didn't expect you to be so rude. It was obviously them who were blocking the way and robbing, but now it became the other party who offended them. In the blink of an eye, justice was in their hands again. You're really distorting the truth. Chu Yang said angrily and sullenly, "Is there still justice in this world?" In the northwest, the Li clan is the justice. A man in white laughed and waved his hand. "Go. Deal with it as soon as possible." 5 men in white rushed forward. The others were all smiling and watching from the sidelines with their arms crossed. 5 supreme martial artists against 2 first-grade supreme martial artists was simply too easy, not to mention there were so many people watching from the sidelines. They were scared to death. Not only were they watching from the sidelines, 3 or 4 of the supreme martial artists even had the time to set up an aura field, blocking all information and sounds of fighting here. They must not let the other 2 groups know that there was a fight here. Otherwise, if they came to help, how could they not see the purple crystal jade essence? There were already too many wolves and too little meat. If they came, wouldn't that be too bad? 2 supreme martial artists were betting. One bet that the 2 of them could last for at most 10 breaths. The other said very confidently, within 8 breaths. True enough. As expected, Chu Yang and Wan Renjia tried their best to resist. They tried their best to curse and escape, but their bodies were covered with wounds in an instant. Under the joint attack of several supreme martial artists, the 2 of them didn't have any power to fight back right from the start. Bam! Wan Renjia was hit by a palm and flew into the air with blood spurting out of his mouth. A white shadow flew up and slapped heavily on Wan Renjia's back. When it landed on the ground, Wan Renjia's body twitched twice and then stopped moving. Then, the white shadow took down the bag on his back. He weighed it in his hand. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Big brother," Chu Yang shouted in grief and indignation as he rushed over. But he was punched 3 times on the way. Then he was kicked once. Then he was hit twice with his palms. When he landed on the ground, he did not even look human anymore. He twitched twice and muttered, "Even if I become a ghost, I won't." He had lost his aura. The eyes of the 4 officers who were watching from the top of the mountain seemed to be spitting fire. They were about to rush out. However, he was stopped by Wei Wuyin and the others. "Calm down. They're just a ploy. How can they just throw their lives away?" One of the officers retorted angrily, "Bullshit. They are supreme being level cultivators. There's nothing fake about the current battle at all. They are truly injured. How can they fake it like this?" Wei Wuyin and the others were also on tenterhooks. However, he still held on to the 4 officers because he trusted them immensely. Over there, the 2 bags had already been opened, revealing more than 20 pieces of purple crystal jade essence. They were emitting an enchanting radiance as they were exposed in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with intoxication. "Cough. I'm only taking 4 pieces of these jade essences. It's not a lot, right?" The white-robed man, who was the leader, moved like the wind. He had already grabbed 4 of the biggest pieces and said sanctimoniously, "You can split the rest among yourselves." Everyone curled their lips. "How much is there in total? And you're only taking 4 pieces? There are 30 of us here, and it seems like there are only 22 pieces of jade essence. You're taking 4 pieces at once. What should we do?" "Cough. Since Big Brother only took 4 pieces, I can't take more either," another white-robed man said. "I'll take 3 pieces." Immediately, someone said with difficulty, "Second brother, how can you be so shameless? Big Brother is the leader. It's natural for him to take 4 pieces, but what right do you have to take 3 pieces?" This second brother said, "Just because all of you have to call me second brother. Is that okay?" Seeing that this master took another 3 pieces, the person who spoke earlier said angrily, "Since second brother also took 3 pieces, then I'm the third brother. Of course, I can't take more than second brother. I'll take 3 pieces too." The next moment, a few hands reached out at the same time. "You wish." Immediately, they started tearing. In an instant, the jade essence in the bags disappeared without a trace, leaving only 2 empty bags flying in the air. 7 or 8 supreme martial artists were slower and had already taken nothing. Who took it? Hand it over." Instantly, 7 or 8 people were furious. Especially those who had fought earlier, they felt a little wronged. "So we did all this for nothing? We didn't get anything at all?" Immediately, some laughed, some made a fuss, and everyone quarreled endlessly. Beside them, The 20 martial saint experts looked at each other. Even the supreme martial artists worked so hard for nothing. Looks like the few of us have even less of a chance. They couldn't help but feel a little self-pity. But how could there be fairness in this world? Looking at the supreme martial artists who were sharing the loot with red faces, they could only be envious. They didn't even have the right to say a word. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly flashed. This ray of white light was completely unexpected. Everyone had just killed a strong enemy and taken the treasure. Just when they were in high spirits and feeling aggrieved because they didn't get a share of the treasure, no one thought that there would be a surprise attack at this moment. And in this situation where there was no one else within a radius of dozens of miles, who would have thought that the two corpses underground that were already dead would actually rise up and attack? Before Chu Yang got up, he had already flashed his calamity sword. Then he rushed out quickly. In less than a blink of an eye, a ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? A sharp will buried deep and unchanging, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous since ancient times. A wind and clouds to the east and west. In short, he used all the sword moves that he could use in this period of time. His target was the group of supreme martial artists. On the other side, Wan Ren just suddenly went wild. Divine Sword, Enyang Bridge. His target was the group of martial saints. Once he saw Enyang Bridge. Once he used Enyang Bridge. Once he saw Enyang Bridge. He crossed Enyang Bridge. There was also a half-solid black shadow that also held a long sword that was shining with black light. Like a ghost, it rushed out. It was the sword spirit. At this moment, it was using its own body to participate in the battle. And at this moment, the whole area was still covered by the aura field that the few supreme martial artists had set up. No sound could be transmitted out. If the few supreme martial artists knew that they had set up this aura field to make it convenient for others to kill them, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life and die again. Suddenly, something happened. Chu Yang's calamity sword was silent, but as fast as thunder. Poof, poof, poof. 7 people were cut into 2 by his sword. He had already rushed to the center of the crowd and stabbed forward without stopping. Sprint. But at this moment, with a flick of his sleeves, a colorless and odorless smoke flew out to both sides. The target was accurate. There were 3 supreme martial artists on each side. Their noses were attacked by this smell. They were panting and arguing with each other. This colorless and odorless gas was really too convenient for them. The next moment, the sword spirit's ghost body just happened to rush here. With a poof, it used its special divine spirit power to seal this person's mouth and nose. Then, another surge of divine spirit power rushed in. It split into parts and wantonly destroyed the person's brain. In an instant, the person's brain was like tofu. Poof, 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 blood splattered everywhere. Another 2 supreme martial artists were cut in half at the waist. Chu Yang was already in front of the boss. This boss's pupils had just widened in horror when he sensed the incoming enemy when the blood-stained sword edge was already in front of him. He retreated quickly to the side as if his soul had left his body. Like a shadow, Chu Yang chased after him. The sword light was still sharp and fierce, but the divine light in his eyes was even sharper and more merciless than the sword light. The sword light flashed. This boss didn't have time to shout. He attacked first. As long as he blocked it first, he would be able to whistle a warning. He didn't believe that he couldn't buy a little bit of time, even though he was severely injured. But in the end, he didn't. There was a loud smack. In front of the calamity sword, his sword shattered like tofu. Then, the deadly sword fiercely stabbed into his chest, and the sword chi that rushed in quickly crushed his internal organs in an instant. His body fell limply to the ground. His mouth opened as if he wanted to scream, but he could no longer make a sound. There was only endless regret in his eyes. His last bit of consciousness told him that these 2 people could very well be Lang Ilong's men. So this was a trick, but how could he have been so naive as to fall for it? Chu Yang charged out without stopping. Then, he turned back like a thunderbolt. His sword carried wind and thunder as he entered the group of martial saint experts again in an instant. By this time, Wanrinja had already killed 11 people after he went on a rampage. There were still some people whose faces were filled with horror and despair. A few of them were about to cry out, but before they could cry out, Chu Yang had already arrived at lightning speed. His sword pierced into their mouths like a venomous snake. Then, one of their heads exploded. His sword had already reached another person's mouth. Smack, 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 smack. A few heads exploded like watermelons under a sledgehammer. The last person had just taken a step when Wanrinja's sword had already pierced his back and Chu Yang's sword had also pierced his throat. On the other side, the bodies controlled by the sword spirit swayed, their throats gurgling. They were the most pitiful. They watched as their subordinates died one by one. But they were first poisoned by the innate poison and then had their mouths and noses sealed by a strange soul. Unable to make a sound, they could only wait for death helplessly at this moment. They finally reached the last moments of their lives. One by one, they collapsed. Their bodies twitched, and then there was no more sound. According to the sword spirit's precise calculations, this entire process, from the beginning to the end, was definitely not more than half the time of a blink of an eye. In terms of our time, it was half a second. 30 experts had turned into 30 corpses. Firstly, it was because of the plan. Secondly, it was because of the sharpness of the sword. Thirdly, it was because of the suddenness of the matter. Fourthly, it was because of the ferocity of the poisonous fog. Fifthly, it was because Chu Yang's cultivation was already higher than these people's. These people were all first-grade supreme martial artists, but Chu Yang was a sword supremacy who was comparable to a third-grade supreme martial artist. He succeeded in one strike. Chu Yang waved his hand. On the mountain, Wei Wuyin and the others rushed over. Fourth update, begging for votes. G. To be continued. Chapter 1281. When they got closer, the 4 officers were still in disbelief. Looking at the 30 corpses in front of them, they felt like they were dreaming. It didn't seem like Chu Yang and Wanrinja were acting. Instead, it seemed like all 30 of them were acting. Wei Wuyin and the others looked calm on the surface, but in fact, they were also shocked. What exactly was going on? They were all discerning people. There was no need to talk about whether it was a drill or not. The battle just now was definitely a real battle. The injuries that Wanrinja and Chu Yang suffered were also definitely real. Otherwise, which one of the 30 experts on the other side was stupid? If they weren't sure that these 2 people were dead, how could they have started to divide the loot so unscrupulously without any precaution? The least threatening enemy was, of course, the dead. Everyone in the martial world understood this logic. But what was going on with the scene in front of them? The dead suddenly jumped up to kill people? Damn it. Even if they weren't killed, they were scared to death. What exactly is going on? One of the officers asked in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. This is a heavenly secret that cannot be revealed. Chiang laughed out loud. He quickly picked up the scattered purple crystal jade essence and ordered, "Hurry up and change into those white robes that are still clean. If there are any extra ones, take them away too." Wei Wuyin and the others immediately took action. Wanrinja was still a little confused until he changed into the white robes. But of course, he kept his mouth shut. Only Wanrinja had the right to speak about the situation at that time. But he was also the most shocked one. When he was chosen by Chu Yang to carry out this plan, Wanrinja had already made up his mind to die, as long as the plan succeeded. If he died, then so be it. At least his brothers could get out safely. So he agreed readily. But after he came down, Chu Yang secretly gave him a pill and told him to keep it in his mouth and not to use his martial arts to catalyze it. What followed was the battle. Wanrinja could point to the sun, moon, and stars above his head and swear that he had indeed done his best. He had indeed been beaten to death. The fear of death was still lingering in his heart. However, at the moment he lost consciousness, at the moment when the enemy also thought that he was dead without a single breath left, that pill suddenly turned into a surging current in his mouth. The enormous medicinal power instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, healing all his injuries. Everything was swept clean. The lost cultivation base was instantly replenished. His body, which had lost its vitality, was instantly filled with vitality. The broken bones were set in an instant. His entire body. He instantly recovered to his peak state. Furthermore, he had to win. Under such circumstances, they would wait for Chu Yang's signal and kill people at any time. Today's experience. Juan Rinjia dared to guarantee with his conscience that it was definitely the most bizarre, most thrilling, and most satisfying experience of his life. While he was thinking, the clothes on the white-robed man were stripped off and everyone put them on. "Let's go," one of the officers said excitedly. "Leave? Where are you going?" Chiang rolled his eyes. "We've already cleared this path, so of course." The officer was very puzzled. "The path has already been cleared? Not leaving? Why would we waste so much effort if we didn't leave? Besides, didn't you ask us to change our clothes so that we could pass off as genuine goods? That's why you people, you don't have any sense of danger. Who told you that you have to leave after clearing the path?" Chu Yang said exasperatedly. "Follow me." Everyone followed behind him in confusion, only to realize that this little guy had actually returned to the mountaintop where he was hiding just now. He actually laid down at his original position, not even changing his posture. Everyone was instantly confused. "What's this for? We worked so hard to clear the checkpoint, just to come back and hide?" But under Chu Yang's stern expression and gaze, no one dared to make a sound. After waiting for a long time, a white figure flew over. Upon seeing the situation, he turned pale with fright and roared at the sky. In the blink of an eye, figures rushed over from all directions. Far away on the mountain, they also heard this person roaring. "This place has been breached. None of the 30 people survived. How ruthless." Everyone on the mountain held their breaths and watched. Hundreds of miles to the left and right, countless white-robed men came over like shooting stars. Every one of them was an expert. Such a dense ambush of experts. Everyone's forehead was full of sweat. Immediately after everyone had arrived, an urgent discussion took place. A faint voice could be heard. "They broke through from here and took away their clothes. At this moment, we don't know how far they have gone. Let's chase after them. Quickly send a signal to the front." Immediately, another long roar soared into the sky. In a distant place, there were long roars in response. Immediately after, these people turned into huge, sharp arrows and madly chased along the road. "Let's go." Chu Yang jumped up. "This is the time. Remember to hide your divine senses and stop your vitality. Follow me." He took the lead, his white robe fluttering, and rushed down the mountain. Wei Wuyin and the others followed behind him and rushed down the mountain. But they saw that Chu Yang didn't take the original path. Instead, he went 30 miles diagonally and took another path. It was the same path that they had just taken to reinforce the enemy. It has been confirmed that the checkpoint has been breached, so the ambush here is useless. At present, all the guards on this path have rushed over there. This path should be the safest. As Chu Yang walked, he said hurriedly, "The current plan is to break through and go as far as we can. Even if we take one more step, we will be closer to breaking out of here." Everyone was enlightened. Chu Yang was making use of a misconception in people's thinking. If they broke through from here, they would escape from here. Everyone would have such thoughts and speculations. Everyone, including the 4 officers who hunted down criminals all year round. They were all asking themselves, "If I were a member of the Li clan, what would I do? After seeing that this place had been breached, what would I do?" After thinking about it, they were actually completely in line with the decision of the Li clan member. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. As long as you think like this, you won't be able to catch the enemy. Because Chu Yang didn't take this path at all. Instead, he retreated. He took another path again. At this time, the other paths that were originally full of ambushes had already been diverted away by him. This was equivalent to the cooperation between the enemy and himself, opening up a wide path for the enemy. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but admire Chu Yang even more. I really don't know what this young man is thinking. He's actually so meticulous and farsighted. Only Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that this plan of his would definitely work. However, it was a bit of a bully. In the past, the Li clan didn't have people like Diwu Qingru or Mo Tianji. If these two people were in charge of capturing them right now, then Chu Yang's only option would be to retreat to the northwest and wait for an opportunity in the places where he had been hiding for many years. A diversion like just now. It would be completely useless against those two people. Chu Yang took the lead, but he didn't walk very fast. At the very least, compared to the speed of the Li clan members who were chasing like a whirlwind, he was at least one level slower. This made everyone puzzled, but they no longer doubted him. There must be a reason why Chu Yang is walking so slowly. I just need to follow him. When they reached the intersection, they could clearly see the big trees that had been chopped down lying haphazardly by the side of the road. There were also snow caves on the ground, but no one was in sight. Chu Yang leaped over without hesitation. Everyone followed him with fear and trepidation. They were constantly on guard against attacks from both sides. But there was no one on both sides at all. There was no ambush. Chu Yang actually went straight in. After running for 40 to 50 miles and passing through the second checkpoint, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and calculated silently. He said, "All of you, stand here and don't move. Don't leave any footprints." Then he flew out with a whoosh. His 2 feet stepped on a piece of flat snow ground, leaving a footprint. Then his other foot stepped forward, leaving another shallow footprint. Then his 2 feet stepped forward alternately, and the footprints became shallower and shallower. Finally, he reached the stage where he could step on the snow without leaving any traces. Everyone looked on helplessly, not knowing what he was doing. Chu Yang's body flashed back like lightning. He said, "Follow me. Be especially careful. Don't make any sound. Don't breathe. Don't release your divine senses. Don't." Then he turned his body and entered the forest on the left and went straight through. Why? Wei Wuyan was also a little confused. Chu Yang said in a low voice, "The enemy isn't completely stupid. According to the thinking of an ordinary smart person, he should be in a frenzy. At this time, it should be time for him to calm down. Once he realizes that he still hasn't caught up, he will definitely suspect that this is a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain. At this time, it's time to change the strategy. Besides, we've already passed the second checkpoint. When they reach the second checkpoint, how can they not suspect that there's actually no movement at the second checkpoint? So, even if they haven't come to the two sides yet, they're almost there. What we have to do now is to go back to the original path." He kept his head down and ran all the way. On the other side, the furious experts of the Li clan chased crazily all the way. As they chased, they called for reinforcements and warned those in front. Not long after, they passed the second checkpoint. Finally, the leading supreme martial artist stopped and said, No. Why isn't there any movement at the second checkpoint?" This suspicion made everyone's expression change drastically. Could it be a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain? Definitely. This is terrible. We've been tricked. This supreme martial artist's expression became extremely ugly. Everyone split up to the left and right and go back to take a look immediately. The enemy didn't take this path. Damn it. It's a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain. It's an old trick. He chased the air for 80 miles. What the fuck? This 5th grade supreme martial artist finally couldn't hold back his frustration and started to curse. Cough, the first update. Begging for votes. To the brothers and sisters who voted for me today, I really want to kiss you. Waha. I'll continue to write the second update. Chapter 1282. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions changing at the same time. If that was really the case, the enemy had taken another route, and they had used up all their forces on both sides. Wouldn't the enemy be able to pass through unimpeded? Wouldn't they have been tricked badly? They had joined forces to create an unimpeded path for their enemy. Thinking of this, all the supreme martial artists felt as if they had eaten shit. Their faces were all red. Were they so stupid? Was he going to be toyed with like that? At this moment, everyone was furious. Split into two. Go back immediately. The fifth-grade supreme martial artist, leading the group, almost vomited blood. He immediately made some arrangements and was about to set off anxiously. Then, Elder, what about the people on our side? The supreme martial artist who was originally guarding this path asked anxiously. What should we do? What do you think we should do? The fifth-grade supreme martial artist was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. The enemy has already taken another route. What do you think we should do? Pig. Before he finished speaking, he flew away with a whoosh. This time, he was really full of hatred. He was ashamed, angry, and aggrieved. He had been in the martial world for more than 1,000 years, and he was actually fooled by a junior like this. This was really intolerable. As he flew, he gritted his teeth. If I catch these juniors, I'll definitely pull out their tendons and skin them alive. Figures flashed, and the people on both sides instantly disappeared without a trace. Only the original guards of this path were left. What are you waiting for? Quickly split into 2 groups and chase after them. The leading supreme martial artist stomped his feet and shouted, "Why are all of you like leading birds?" Everyone hurriedly agreed. Then they split up in a hubbub, and with a whoosh, they jumped up. Chu Yang and the others who were carefully traversing through the dense forest were extremely meticulous in their journey. They were only halfway there now. It was no wonder that the Li clan didn't destroy this forest. It turned out that it was connected to the earth veins. Whether in terms of hardness or flexibility, it was dozens of times stronger than ordinary forests. And there were too many plants attached to this forest. They were all steel-like vines tightly intertwined with each other. It was almost as if the whole forest was connected by vines. If one wanted to walk on it, it would be extremely difficult. Everyone was very careful not to break the vines or leave any traces. It was as if they were doing acrobatics at this moment. Suddenly, Kong's tyrannical mood surged. Not far ahead, a large bird-like man in white robes flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards that road. Vaguely vicious curses could be heard. Hoo-hoo-hoo. White shadows flashed. At this moment, it was unknown how many people had passed by. Seeing this, everyone was full of admiration for Chu Yang. He actually calculated it so accurately. The other party had really returned. He couldn't help but think that if he and the others were still rushing along that road, the other party would attack them from the front and back. Thinking of this, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Let's speed up, Chu Yang reminded in a low voice. Everyone immediately came to their senses and rushed over with a whoosh sound. Both sides weaved in and out, one in front and one behind. There was only a distance of 5 li between them. It's equivalent to you coming over. I went over. Even if they had agreed to play the game, they didn't have such tacit understanding. Swish, swish, swish without any hesitation. Chu Yang led everyone out of the forest and onto the road. Then, the horse galloped forward at full speed without stopping. Now, they didn't deliberately slow down, but ran as fast as they could. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as they were a few li away, suddenly, a long whistle came from that direction. Obviously, it was a kind of gathering signal. Come quickly, the enemy has escaped from this road. On the other side, a few supreme martial artists looked at the footprints left behind by Chu Yang with heavy expressions. They have indeed escaped from here. The leading 5th-grade supreme martial artist's face was dark, containing a violent emotion that could flare up at any time. Forgive me for being blunt, 7th Elder. The footprints here, especially the first one, are a little too deep, as if they are afraid that we can't see them. I'm afraid they are deliberately misleading us. I'm afraid their real path is still somewhere else. Another white-robed supreme martial artist said carefully. Nonsense. Ridiculous. What do you know? The 7th Elder flew into a rage. That white-robed supreme martial artist was still a little unconvinced. Although he didn't dare to refute, there was a disapproving look on his face. Your Jianghu experiences have all gone down the drain. The 7th Elder looked up to the sky and sighed. Our Li clan has produced such a mediocre person like you. No wonder so many people besieged them and still couldn't catch them. That white-robed supreme martial artist was even more unconvinced. He finally couldn't help but retort. Elder, please enlighten me and let me clear my doubts. Let me ask you, Where are these footprints? The seventh elder didn't want to explain at first, but seeing that many people were puzzled, he could only suppress his anger, but his expression was still as if he wanted to eat someone. It's outside the second checkpoint, 150 feet away. This supreme martial artist estimated the distance and answered fluently. Yes, if you were them, when passing through such a checkpoint, although you know that there is no one, will you be extra nervous? The seventh elder looked wise. Yes. Putting himself in their shoes, this sentence couldn't be denied. So when passing through this checkpoint, most people will subconsciously hold their breath and use the highest level of cultivation to pass through while being vigilant. But after passing through, they will realize that there is no one attacking. The seventh elder explained confidently, "At this time, will you be relieved and have a funny feeling? Yes, I was nervous for nothing, so there's really no one. Is that right?" That supreme martial artist thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, it is indeed so. But let me ask you, when you are relieved, do you need to take a breath? In other words, the impure air in your body is expelled, and breathe in a breath of fresh air in. Is that right?" "Yes." "If that's the case, can you maintain the same body movements when you're taking a breath when your emotions are rising and falling?" The seventh elder was like a cat that had caught a mouse, asking step by step, with a teasing tone. No. That supreme martial artist was defeated and retreated step by step. His face was already sweating. "So this footprint will be left." The seventh elder smiled faintly, full of wisdom. And after he left this footprint, he immediately realized his mistake and adjusted it. So, the second footprint is much shallower than the first. The third footprint is even shallower. As for the fifth footprint, it can no longer be seen, only a little trace. As for the first footprint, it has completely disappeared. That is to say, he has already adjusted his condition. If so, why is there only one footprint here? This supreme martial artist was still a little unconvinced. Idiot! How can our clan have such an idiot like you?" The seventh elder was speechless. Even 10 fingers have different lengths. The others have profound cultivation and strong mental fortitude, so they won't make such a mistake. Only this one person's mental fortitude is lacking. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me put it another way. If you and I are in the same situation as the other party and we pass through here together, I will definitely not leave any footprint. As for you, it is hard to say. The seventh elder lectured. That supreme martial artist thought to himself, "I will not leave any behind either. In my opinion, the one who can leave a footprint is you, this old fellow." But his heart was no longer filled with doubts. The seventh elder is wise. The crowd cheered together. The seventh elder was very proud of himself. He said earnestly, as the saying goes, "You are never too old to learn." You must pay attention to this point. In this world, there are many things that need to be understood by analogy. For example, these few footprints today, at first glance, they're just ordinary footprints. But if you associate these footprints with the other party's situation, the current situation, and the other party's psychology, you will be able to get the best answer. This includes human nature, human psychology, overall planning, meticulous analysis, and rigorous reasoning. Not a single one can be missing. So, although all of you claim to be experienced in the martial world, you are still inexperienced on this point. Learn more from me in the future. That supreme martial artist interrupted the seventh elder's boasting. According to what you said, these few people escaped from here? The seventh elder said unhappily. Could it be fake? Why don't you analyze it for me? No. What I mean is, it is better to chase after them as soon as possible. That supreme martial artist said humbly. What's the hurry? Since we have determined their route, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to escape. Everything is under my control. The seventh elder stroked his beard and said confidently, "Now listen to my orders. You immediately send a signal to the front and tell them that the enemy is at the third line. Inform the people at the third pass to gather at the third pass of the third line. You immediately contact both sides and outflank this place. You Bring people and follow behind. Carefully search the forest on both sides. Don't let the enemy hide in there. It will be terrible if they hide in the darkness. The rest of the people, follow me and chase at full speed. Let's go. The seventh elder is wise and brilliant. We are not as good as you. Long howls rang out from that direction. The white-robed men started to gather in that direction. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. The moment Chu Yang and the others heard the howls, they started to change their method. They flew close to the roadside and close to the ground. A person wearing a white robe and a white hat was the same color as the snow on the ground. Not to mention rushing across the sky. Even if one stared, they might not be discovered. The figure in front of them was the third pass. With a few whooshing sounds, the people in white at the third pass rose and went to support the seventh elder. Who dared to neglect the seventh elder's strict orders? Naturally, they left without a trace. As soon as they left, Chu Yang and the others rushed over, as if changing the guard. They happened to make up for this moment of emptiness. Therefore, they went straight in. Even if they rushed, they were still too late. They had originally agreed last night that they would finish the update early this morning and go out for dinner with their wife. Indulging in romance. Well, they could only postpone it to tomorrow. Cough! They would probably have to postpone it to next month. How could they talk about going out for dinner in such an explosive state? They couldn't sleep during the day and couldn't sleep at night. When they finally fell asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning, they finally woke up at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Damn it. When can I earn money even without writing? The second update. I will continue with the third update. G. To be continued. Chapter 1283. They had finally made it through the first 3 stages. They had already traveled 200 miles. Until now, Wei Wuyin and the rest and the 4 officers still felt like they were in a dream. They really didn't expect that other than the first stage, they didn't even see a single human hair in the second and third stages. This is psychology. Chu Yang faintly smiled. After passing these 3 checkpoints, I can basically determine the level of intelligence of the person who set up this blockade. But you shouldn't be complacent. The next few checkpoints will be very difficult to pass. Besides, if I'm not wrong, they will adjust very soon. When that time comes, fierce battles will come more frequently. Wanted to keep going so smoothly. Even in your dreams, it won't be so beautiful. Chu Yang smiled. Instantly, a knowing smile appeared on everyone's faces. Their originally tense nerves also relaxed a little. What should we do next? This time, it was the 4 officers who asked Chu Yang modestly. The 4 of them really admired Chu Yang from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder all the law enforcement officers in the world couldn't kill Chu Yang. Just look at his brain. How many law enforcement officers could keep up with him? What should we do next? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. We'll take it one step at a time. At such a time, even a deity can't plan the path to pass all the way. Who knows how long the Li clan's blockade is? However, the next stage will require a little bit of luck. Chu Yang's body flashed. He flashed into the forest beside the road. When he came out again, he changed into Li Tongtian's appearance. Right now, Chu Yang only hated himself for not remembering more people's appearances. As a result, he had no one to use when he wanted to put on makeup. Wei Wuyin and the rest beside him had also changed their appearances. Of course, there was no reference for them. They could put on makeup as long as it wasn't their original appearance. The 4 law enforcement officers were dumbfounded. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Chu Yang to have such an ability. Everyone knew how to disguise themselves and put on makeup. However, at most, they could only disguise themselves as someone they didn't know or just put on a human skin mask. However, Chu Yang's method of disguising himself as someone the other party was familiar with. Such a method, they really didn't even think about it before. However, upon closer inspection, there were still some differences from the real Li Tongtian. Chu Yang grimaced. This kind of makeup obviously required skill. Moreover, it required a precise understanding and control of a human body's muscles. Everyone's face shape was absolutely different. It was congenital. It was not the same at all. If he wanted to completely change himself into another person, the pain he had to go through was simply unimaginable. Imagine tearing your own muscles and adjusting them into the shape of someone else's face, and you still wouldn't be able to tell. Then he would know the pain. Therefore, Chuyang couldn't use this kind of makeup for a long time. Once it lasted for a long time, the torn muscles might really not be able to recover. At that time, if he still needed to eat heavy pills for such injuries, that would be a joke. Chuyang waved his hand. He angrily activated his movement technique and flew forward. His speed was as fast as lightning. Wei Wuyin and the others were actually struggling to follow him. Only Chuyang knew that the enemy didn't have much time left for them. He had to end the battle as soon as possible and pass through the fourth stage in one go. Furthermore, he had to take advantage of the fact that the enemies in the fourth checkpoint had dispersed their forces and quickly passed the checkpoint. The experts of the Li clan guarding the fourth checkpoint were puzzled. Why was it that they had sent out 2/3 of their men to help out, yet there was still no news from them? Could it be that they had been caught? Just as they were puzzled, they suddenly saw a white shadow drifting in front of them. A white shadow rushed over as fast as lightning. "Who is it?" the guard hollered. "It's me." A gloomy and furious voice was heard. The voice was very familiar. Then the person came closer. "Where is everyone? Come out." "It's the Elder Master." The guard hurriedly bowed. He made a hand gesture and issued an order. Instantly, 15 people came out. "Why are there only the few of you?" Li Tongtian was furious. "Where are the others?" "They have all been dispatched by the seventh elder." The supreme martial artist guarding the checkpoint was puzzled. "Didn't we hear that Elder Master Tongtian wouldn't come out? Why is he here now? Bastard. What does he know?" Li Tongtian was furious. "He only knows how to make way for the enemy. He can't do anything right, but spoils everything. How can he accomplish anything in his generation?" The supreme martial artist was speechless. "You dare to scold, but I don't dare to agree." He mustered up his courage and said, "Elder Master, aren't you in the clan?" "This." Li Tongtian glared at him fiercely. "Where am I going? Do I need your approval?" "I don't dare." The supreme martial artist's heart skipped a beat. "Did you discover anything?" the Elder Master asked, "especially that Zi Shaoyan." The supreme martial artist was suddenly enlightened. "So the Elder Master is here because of this matter. That makes sense. The Elder Master has been cheated badly by this fellow. He personally brought him into the clan, but in the end, this fellow made a move to exterminate him. This directly caused the Elder Master Tongtian to be in an awkward position in the clan now. No wonder the Elder Master couldn't take it lying down. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take it lying down either. I didn't discover anything." The supreme martial artist was in a state of fear and trepidation. The Elder Master was in a fit of anger now. "You didn't discover anything? You're eating shit." Li Tongtian raised his hand and gave the supreme martial artist a tight slap, causing him to spin 2 rounds on the spot. "You didn't discover such a big living person." The supreme martial artist instantly felt so wrong that he wanted to die. Such a big living person, but such a big living person didn't leave from my place at all. Where did I discover anything? The 8 of you, why aren't you leaving with me? Take another look at these good-for-nothings. Be careful not to be infected by their stupidity." Chuyang, who was acting as Li Tongtian, turned around and shouted angrily. Wei Wuyin and the rest of the 8 people were submissive. They hurried over. "If there's any more negligence, I'll kill your head. I'll chop off your dog head." Chuyang pointed at the supreme martial artist's nose and shouted angrily. "Yes, yes." When the supreme martial artist raised his head, the Elder Master Tongtian in front of him had already disappeared without a trace. He muttered angrily to himself, "What does Zi Shaoyan have to do with me? He didn't lie to me. You're the one who's angry, yet you're here to vent your anger on me. You deserve it." Someone at the side said, "Why are the people that the Elder Master Tongtian brought this time so unfamiliar? I don't know any of them." The supreme martial artist quivered. "You mean you don't know any of them too?" The other person nodded heavily. "Oh no." The supreme martial artist slapped his thigh. "Don't tell me it's that?" Everyone was stunned. The more this supreme martial artist thought about it, the more suspicious he became. I was wondering why the Elder Master Tontion would appear here. He was about to make a decision. Suddenly, with a few whooshing sounds, countless white shadows landed here. The one in the lead was the seventh elder. Now, the seventh elder's white hair was already standing up, missing the target continuously and running back and forth tiredly. This seventh elder had a serious feeling of, I'm just a puppet that's being led by a rope. That kind of sullen feeling of, I will do whatever you want me to do. It was really unbearable, especially the mocking looks on the faces of his subordinates, which made the seventh elder even more intolerable. Didn't you say psychology? Human nature? Martial world experience? In the end, he was treated as a fool. Isn't it great? And he still has the cheek to lecture others? The seventh elder was even more furious, but he couldn't vent it. Is there any movement here? The seventh elder's face was black. Just. Cold sweat dripped down the supreme martial artist's face. Why did the seventh elder come right after he made a mistake? Just what? You're fucking stuttering. The seventh elder shouted angrily. The elder master Tontion brought people over just now. This supreme martial artist naturally didn't dare to say that those few people could be fake. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. The elder master Tontion? The seventh elder was stunned. Then, he gave him a heavy slap. The elder master Tontion is currently in charge of the clan's reconstruction. Why would he be here? Indeed, this supreme martial artist spun too round from a slap. His eyes flickered. It's true. Bullshit. The seventh elder finally had a place to vent his anger. He slapped him left and right. He hit him very rhythmically. I'll make you blind, since they aren't. Those who went over are definitely spies. How many of them are there? Another person asked anxiously. Individuals. This supreme martial artist had a bitter look on his face, holding his swollen face. How can there be individuals? That person frowned. Lang along, his 4 officers, the person who saved them, and another 4. There should be 10 of them. His eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Lang Ilong's injuries are so serious that he's dead? Won't we know what exactly happened after we chase after them? The seventh elder was furious. What's the use of just speculating? If we continue to chase after them, I'm afraid we'll really be led by the nose and run away. That person pondered for a moment. Then, he said mockingly, after all, there are people in our clan who aren't very smart. There are quite a number of them. Don't you think so, seventh brother? The seventh elder's face flushed red at once. You, shut up. Listen to me now. That person said, all of you, lie in ambush at the front and don't move. Guard the main roads respectively. If anything goes wrong at any checkpoint, your head will be taken as an apology. Every half an hour, I'll come back. 2 supreme martial artists will soar into the air and observe the forest. They can only come down after an hour when someone takes over. If anything goes wrong during the monitoring period, your head will be taken as an apology. No matter what happens, no one is allowed to leave their posts without permission. Violators will be taken as an apology. All of you are only allowed to send out signals when you're in battle with the enemy. As for any traces or the like, ignore them all. If they don't have any tricks up their sleeves, they definitely won't be able to escape. Now, we're coping with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Even if they grow wings, there's nothing they can do. All of us are to immediately choose a random path and chase after them. Carry it out immediately. With this order, all the Li clan's lines of defense were tightened at the same time. One could imagine that if Chu Yang and the others wanted to pass through easily again, it would definitely be an impossible task. The situation worsened in an instant. Chu Yang's plan admittedly allowed them to pass through 4 checkpoints consecutively, but after being deceived, the enemy finally adopted the most correct strategy. Under such a seemingly clumsy method, it was truly impossible for them to escape, even if they grew wings. Third update, begging for monthly votes. G. To be continued. Chapter 1284. Chu Yang rushed forward against the wind and snow, feeling more and more anxious. The heavy snow hit his face, but it couldn't get rid of the frustration in his heart. He hadn't felt this way for a long time, including that time when he fled from Great Zhao back to Ironcloud. Even when he was on the brink of death, he didn't feel this way. He only felt this way in his previous life, when he was suddenly surrounded at the Wind Thunder platform and was in complete despair. But now, this feeling rose again uncontrollably. He was the only one who knew what to do next. He didn't have a clue at all. Since he came out, he had broken through the first stage, the second stage, the third stage, and even the fourth stage. He had made use of an ordinary person's psychological blind spot, precise deception, continuous deception. It seemed that luck had always been on his side. Behind him, the four officers, Wei Wuyin and the rest, were all full of confidence, looking very relaxed. Such a tight blockade was actually broken through so easily by Chu Yang. They would definitely be able to break out if they followed Chu Yang. Everyone was somewhat optimistic, but only Chu Yang knew that the most difficult moment was about to come. Luck couldn't be with him forever. Trickery could only be used temporarily. It couldn't be effective forever. To break through the Li clan's blockade, the most important thing was still power. But what he lacked the most now was power. The other party had made a big move. Just supreme martial artists alone, there were at least 100 or even 200 to 300. There would be no less than 50 supreme martial artists of 3rd grade and above. But on his side, there were only 1st grade supreme martial artists. The difference in power was more than 1,000 times. There was also the most important point: the number of people in such an escape. One more person would increase the difficulty by 10 times. If Chu Yang was alone, he was confident that he would be able to escape. No matter what, he would have a chance of survival. Even if he was hunted down by 2nd grade supreme martial artists, Chu Yang was also confident he would be able to escape. But now, he wasn't alone, and there weren't 2 people either. There were a total of 8 people, and other than his own brothers, there were also 4 officers. This led to Chu Yang's dilemma. If he exposed his identity as the Calamity Sword Master and fought with all his might, he might still have a chance of survival. But the 4 officers were still there. What if word got out after he got out? They were law enforcement officers, and law enforcement officers were his greatest enemies. That was tantamount to bringing disaster to his family, and brothers. However, if he didn't expose himself, there was no way he could survive. Of this, he was certain. Perhaps he could survive, but what about his brothers? All these contradictions piled up in Chu Yang's heart. Irreconcilable. If it had been an ordinary pursuit with his current powerful divine soul and divine sense, he could have easily avoided it. He had to pursue good fortune and avoid calamity. However, the current situation was that the ones participating in the battle were all supreme martial artists. As for Ji Zun, he could already perfectly shield himself from divine sense. Relying on their divine senses to shield themselves, they repeatedly cheated and passed several tests. However, the other party was also using this to deal with him. Similarly, he couldn't figure out the other party's tracks and arrangements. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. Between heaven and earth, there were only drifting snowflakes. Everything seemed to have fallen silent. However, a strong premonition arose in Chu Yang's heart when the surroundings became quiet. He turned around without the slightest hesitation and rushed into the dense forest. The sword spirit had silently lifted the accumulated snow the moment he had entered the forest. Chu Yang did not hesitate at all. He went in head first. Although Wei Wuyin and the others didn't know what he meant, they still followed behind him and went in at the same time. Layers of snow fell. Here, things happened suddenly. They were less than 100 feet away from the road outside. It could be said that they were very close. Everyone looked out at the same time. The next moment, everyone closed their eyes at the same time. Their hearts were cold. On the road behind them, several figures in white came over like a whirlwind, one after another. In an instant, hundreds of people whizzed past and chased forward. The 3 people in the lead were clearly at the level of 5th grade supreme being and above. Their movement techniques were extremely fast, like a bunch of shadows, and with a whoosh they passed by. If everyone was still on the road now, they would definitely be caught up. There was no doubt about this. If everyone was still staring at them now, just the subtle perception of their gazes would definitely be noticed by these supreme martial artists with keen senses. Death was so close. This group of people had just passed by. Immediately, with a whoosh, a large number of people in white swept past from both sides of the sky, rushing forward like a gust of wind. A sonorous voice could be faintly heard. Everyone, stay in your original position at the 5th stage. Don't move recklessly. Those who move recklessly without fighting will be killed. The cold voice seemed to be even more emotionless than the flying snow in the sky. Chu Yang's heart sank. He knew that the most dangerous situation had finally arrived. The other party obviously wasn't going to compete with him in terms of intelligence and conspiracy. Instead, they were going to deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. And this was the situation that he was most worried about. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. If you compete with me in conspiracy, I will only compete with you in terms of strength. If you compete with me in terms of intelligence, I will only compete with you in terms of strength. The current situation could be compared to a scholar meets a soldier. No matter what, the other party is just using a big blade to greet you. What the fuck? 1 slash. You're a poet? 1 slash again. If you write poems, you are still slashed. If you write chapters, you are still slashed. If you beg for mercy, you are still slashed. If you ignore them, they're still slashed. Chu Yang originally wanted to use Li Tongtian's identity to pass another stage. But now, it seemed that it was no longer feasible. Everyone closed their eyes tightly. After a long time, they finally opened their eyes. 317 people have passed. Chu Yang's telepathic message entered everyone's ears. 1 7th grade supreme martial artist, 2 2nd grade supreme martial artists, 3 5th grade supreme martial artists, 1 4th grade supreme martial artist, 15 3rd grade supreme martial artists, and 22nd grade supreme martial artists. 41 supreme martial artists. The rest are all 8th grade martial saints. The sword spirit statistics were very accurate. Everyone's expression was heavy. No one spoke. With such strength, there were 10 supreme martial artists and above. No matter what grade they were at, they had the ability to surround and kill them alone. 227 8th grade martial saints. Just the tactic of using numbers alone could also kill them. 41st grade supreme martial artists could even exhaust them to death. As for 7th grade supreme martial artists, one person could capture them alive. With such strength, there was no way to go against them. Chu Yang didn't want to fight them head-on either. But the problem was that they couldn't even avoid them now. Escaping had become a big problem. Chu Yang's voice continued to sound. And this is just those who have rushed past the ambush that we have already destroyed. We haven't even taken into account the experts blocking the way ahead. Looks like the Li clan has really gone all out this time. They would rather raise a mountain to swat mosquitoes than let us leave the Northwest alive. Rough estimates suggest that the Li clan has mobilized at least 200 to 300 supreme martial artists for this operation. As for ordinary people, there are more than 10,000 of them. A sense of despair rose in everyone's hearts. How are they going to leave this place? The Li clan had been in charge of the Northwest for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of accumulation. For them to go all out at this moment, it really made them feel suffocated. Tremors came from underground. Everyone was shocked and astonished. Chiang took a deep breath. The other party has made a new move. They have dug out a canyon that is as deep as 10,000 feet and hundreds of miles wide about dozens of miles ahead. This is to prevent us from tunneling through it. That place is very likely to be after the 5th level. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Such extravagance. Just now, everyone had been thinking that they couldn't walk through the sky. If they couldn't walk on the ground, then they could only dig a tunnel and pass through the ground. But they didn't expect that the other party would dig out a canyon that was as deep as 10,000 feet and hundreds of miles wide, just as they had this thought. One of the officers couldn't help but curse angrily. This is Chu Ling. Everyone was silent. Chu Ling. This name was the reason why everyone had been safe until now. Chu Ling, the Earth Vein. It was the only way in and out of the northwest. The terrain was sturdy. Although it wasn't as sturdy as the Black Blood Forest, it wasn't that far off. To destroy a mountain range or dig out a huge trench like the one in front of them, one had to be at least a second-grade supreme martial artist who had transcended the boundary between immortal and mortal. Therefore, it wasn't that the Li clan didn't want to flatten the mountains on both sides of the Chu Ling Road. It was truly beyond their power. This gave Chu Yang and the others the opportunity to take advantage of the previous few levels. But now, the other party's second-grade supreme martial artist actually disregarded his status and cultivation to personally take action, cutting off their last path of escape. The appearance of this canyon out of nowhere completely shattered the last hope in everyone's hearts. Under such circumstances, there were only two outcomes for everyone. First, they could all escape without any casualties. Second, they could all be wiped out without a single survivor. If they were surrounded and attacked, they couldn't even think about breaking out. The saddest thing was that they were now a lone army. They had no provisions and no reinforcements. The awkwardness of such a situation was really tragic to the extreme. Sigh. If only Master Lang was still around. One of the officers heaved a long sigh. Everyone was silent. If Lang Along was still around, with his second-grade supreme martial artist cultivation, there might still be an extremely slim chance of survival. But now, I didn't even dare to think about it. We're in Chuling now. There's still 7,700 miles to go before we can leave the northwest and enter the continent. Chu Yang said softly. Everyone was silent. Wan Rin just said sadly, "What's there to talk about leaving the northwest now? Not to mention 7,700 miles. Even if it's only 70 steps, there's nothing we can do." Chung Duing chuckled and said, "Originally, when I was only a 7th or 8th grade martial saint, I already felt that the heavens were my number 2. Now that I've advanced to 1st grade supreme martial artist, I feel that 1st grade supreme martial artists are nothing." Bao Buhuan's face was bitter. "You're right. Damn it, I don't know from which motherfucker so many supreme martial artists jumped out. It really feels like a goddamn dream. If only those surrounding us were just some martial kings and emperors. How good would that be? I could even show off a little and then leave with my head held high." Sigh. Everyone was speechless at the same time. They felt deep admiration for this fellow for being able to indulge in such wild fantasies at such a time. To be continued. Chapter 1285. Chu Yang smiled, but he was thinking in his heart, the enemy's current powerful lineup has already caused everyone to lose confidence. This is not a good sign. "Chu Yang, the Li clan has only captured the 4 of us." One of the officers suddenly turned serious. "It has nothing to do with you guys. So, as long as we die, the enemy's defense line will relax a little, and you guys will be able to find a chance to get out." He paused for a moment. "Let's split up." A jolt went through Chu Yang as he looked at the 4 officers. All 4 of them looked at him with calm expressions. Obviously, this wasn't a sudden question. The 4 of them had already discussed it many times in secret. They had finally brought it up now. The 4 of them had no hope of getting out anyway, so why should they implicate so many good friends? At this moment, the 4 of them had already unknowingly started to view Chu Yang and the others as friends whom they could entrust their lives to. To hell with the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang was silent for a moment before he said, "We've known each other for more than 10 days now. I'm sorry, but I haven't asked for your names yet." The officer who spoke smiled. "We don't have our own names the moment we enter the interrogation hall. I'm Interrogation Officer 1. The 3 of them can be called 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Warmth shone in his eyes. "There are a total of 30 of us brothers. We're ranked according to age and not according to cultivation level. But among the brothers, the highest cultivation level is only Interrogation Officer 17, a 4th grade supreme martial artist. He can't change the overall situation." Chu Yang nodded. "What you mean is that you're not going to fulfill Master Lang's last wish. You're just going to let the 10 of you sink to the bottom of the sea?" Interrogation Officer 1 chuckled. "If we can, of course we will. But judging from the current situation, I believe Master Lang won't blame us, even if we can't. I know what you mean. Chu Yang nodded. You want to clear our name and not implicate us. Therefore, you want to sacrifice yourselves in exchange for our safety. I'm very touched. Chu Yang said deeply, but I have to tell you a few things. Firstly, we're one entity now. Not only will the Li clan not let you off, they won't let us off either. Only when we're all dead will the matter of them murdering Lang Ilong and going against the law enforcement officers be covered up forever. Therefore, even if you die, they will continue to pursue us. Secondly, if our brothers die protecting each other in battle, we will be even sadder, but we will also be proud. The only thing I can do is watch you guys die with folded arms. Being protected by you guys like this is a disgrace. We're all friends now. I'm sure you won't let your friends suffer such humiliation, right? Thirdly, giving up is a habit. Chu Yang chuckled. There was a look of persistence in his eyes as he said, perhaps you could die today, and we can survive. But in the end, it was us who gave up on you. Today, I was forced to abandon you in order to survive. Tomorrow, when I am forced to do so again, will I have to abandon them in order to survive? As he spoke, Chu Yang pointed at Wei Wuyin and the others. If this continues one day, when I have no choice, I will give up on my parents, wife, and children. Because by that time, giving up would have become a habit. But in the end, even though I was still alive, I was no different from a beast. Chu Yang said solemnly, whether it's being a person or doing things, I can't give up, even if it's a hopeless situation. Interrogation Officer 1 and the other 3 were silent for a while. Then they said, since Brother Chu has said so, then we brothers shall die together. Ha! On the road to the netherworld, we won't be lonely with good brothers accompanying us. Wrong, Chu Yang said lightly. Who told you that we're dead for sure? We've already reached this stage. Do you think we can still charge out? Interrogation Officer 3 asked, somewhat astonished. Faced with such a situation, not to mention the 4 of them, even Wei Wuyin, Wan Renjia, and the others, who had always been full of confidence in Chu Yang, had already lost all hope. I remember there's an old saying, heaven never bars one's way out. Chu Yang's voice was deep and slow. He said word by word, there may be hopeless situations, but in hopeless situations, there's definitely still a chance of survival. If even one's own heart falls into hopeless situations after falling into hopeless situations, then that's truly beyond redemption. Interrogation Officer 1, who was called Shungjia, smiled bitterly and said, Brother Chu, I admit that what you said is very reasonable. Immortal. But for us now, where can we hope for survival? We have no provisions inside, no reinforcements outside, an inescapable net, 10,000 times stronger encirclement, an unfamiliar place, their base camp. Although on the surface, we're in a hopeless situation, but if we think about it carefully, we have a lot of chances of survival. Chu Yang bent all 10 fingers and said, look, in the entire continent now, the Li clan is equivalent to being targeted by everyone. The 8 super clans are closing in on us step by step. Just before we entered the Northwest, the borders of the Northwest had already begun to be invaded by the 8 super clans. There must be experts from the 8 super clans who have already infiltrated into the Northwest. As long as we can contact any one of them, we'll have more chances of survival. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, the climate in the Northwest is extremely cold, and it's difficult for humans and animals to come here. However, the spiritual energy is dense here. Therefore, there must be quite a number of reclusive experts living in seclusion here. If we can find one of them, this isn't impossible, right? Thirdly, why must we be so fixated on charging out? Chu Yang said, what if our goal isn't to charge out but just to survive? Then, we can very well turn around and walk back now. Although there are still many obstacles, the resistance will be thousands of times smaller than when we walk out. It's not as if we can't keep our lives, right? And this is still completely relying on our own strength. As for food, we're already supreme martial artists. At the very least, we all know how to transform spiritual energy into water. Thirst won't kill us. As for hunger, with our cultivation, We shouldn't starve to death even if we don't eat for 3 months. Don't tell me that we, supreme martial artists, can't even hunt a rabbit in 3 months. Therefore, we won't starve to death no matter what. The Northwest is very big. Chu Yang said, it's vast and sprawling. Although the Li clan has been operating here for 10,000 years, it's impossible that they can control all of it, right? Besides, if they push us too far, we can just turn around and head north into the vast wilderness. That's the territory of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. No matter how impressive the Li clan is, they won't dare to provoke them, right? Therefore, there are many ways for us to survive. Chu Yang said seriously, but there's only one dead end. Why must we take this dead end? It's not too late to take revenge, even 10 years later. What's the harm in delaying Master Lang's matter? It's better than all of us being completely annihilated here, isn't it? Following Chu Yang's words, the expressions on everyone's faces gradually relaxed. Indeed, according to Chu Yang's words, they were indeed not without hope. Although the chances were slim, at least there was still hope, wasn't there? Since that's the case, what should we do now? Interrogation Officer 1 was energized. Now, we need to do this and this. Chu Yang tried his best to use his brain and sort out his thoughts. Slowly, almost with a pause between each word. After listening, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion, worry, and even a little excitement. At the 5th gate, the Li clan security could be said to be tight. In the sky above, there were 2 supreme martial artists standing in the air every 15 kilometers, observing the movements near and far. On the ground, all the ambushers were even more silent, waiting for their prey. Even the dense forests on both sides were filled with white-robed men on high alert. 2 2nd-grade supreme martial artists and 1 7th-grade supreme martial artist stood with their hands behind their backs under a snow-white tent at a corner not far from the gate. If we still let them escape from the 5th gate with such a lineup, the 3 of us really don't need to live anymore, said the 7th-grade supreme martial artist solemnly. This person was the culprit behind the sneak attack on Lang Yilong back then, Li Qinglei of the Li clan. The other person nodded and asked, "How's Qingyun?" Li Qinglei's expression darkened. He was struck by Lang Yilong's purple crystal hand. From his 2nd day onward, his entire body began to wither. If it had dragged on for another day, his entire body would have turned into purple crystal, and it would have been difficult to free him. It was me who shattered his skull with my 7th-grade supreme martial artist cultivation. I've sent him away. The 2 2nd-grade supreme martial artists lowered their heads dejectedly. We must avenge him, Li Qinglei said in surprise. Qingfeng, Qingyu. We're all from the same generation as Qingyun. We're all side branches of the clan and have fought all the way to this day. I know your feelings, but do you know how I feel when I killed Qingyun with my own hands? Her. He shook his head. It's as if. We understand. We definitely won't blame you, Qinglei. Li Qingfeng and Li Qingyu said solemnly at the same time, it's all that goddamn Lang Yilong's fault. So this time, no matter what, we mustn't let him escape. Li Qinglei's eyes were sinister. Given Lang Yilong's injuries, he should be dead. But if Lang Yilong is dead, then there's only a 1st-grade supreme martial artist left. How could he have such powerful combat power? He was extremely confident in his attack. Logically speaking, given Lang Yilong's injuries back then, there was no doubt that he would have died. But now, the series of events made him more or less suspicious. Right at this moment, the supreme martial artist who was watching from above sent a telepathic message down. Someone's here. How many? Just one. One. The 3 of them were rather surprised. How could it be just one? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a person walked over leisurely from the inside. This person's white robes fluttered in the wind. His face was as clear as jade, and he was very handsome. What an elegant and beautiful man. Just like that, he walked on the road and stepped on the snow, yet he looked like a celestial immortal strolling among the clouds. That natural and unrestrained elegance actually came from his face. It was none other than Chu Yang. His white robes fluttered in the wind. In just a moment, he had already reached the 5th stage. Halt! A voice shouted from the forest. Then, with a few swoosh sounds, a few people jumped out. Chapter 1286. Chuyang? Extraterrestrial demon Chuyang? The Li clan was well informed, of course. Upon hearing this name, they immediately knew that this person was Divine Dr. Chu, Heavenly Demon Chu, who had stirred up a storm in the continent. Chuyang is real, but the extraterrestrial demon might not be. Chuyang smiled freely. May I ask who is in charge of this place? No matter who is in charge, take him down first. A sonorous voice rang out. The few supreme martial artists stepped forward. Chuyang didn't resist at all. The next moment, his dantian was locked, and the circulation of his blood and energy was sealed. The few supreme martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. Someone inside said, "Bring him in." Then, someone led Chuyang into the hall. Although Chuyang's dantian was locked and his blood and energy was sealed, it didn't hinder his normal movements. He continued to walk in at a leisurely pace. After turning the corner, there was a snow-white tent. At this moment, 3 people came out of the tent in a single file. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Chuyang like sharp blades. "Speak, why are you here?" Li Qinglei asked impassively. "I'm here without any resistance. Of course, it's to cooperate with the Li clan." Chuyang smiled lightly. "May I ask who you are?" Li Qinglei smiled strangely. "You don't know who I am? You don't know me?" Chuyang shook his head in confusion. "But I recognize you," Li Qinglei said mockingly. "If I'm not blind, the white-robed man who saved Lang Yalong and the others at the most critical moment that day was you, right?" Chuyang was shocked. "Elder's eyes are really sharp. It's a pity that I'm blind. I actually didn't see where you were at that time." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 2 second-grade supreme martial artists. "Kill him. Why are you wasting your breath on him?" Li Qingfeng said sternly. "Don't be impatient. At this moment, he's already in our hands. There's no hurry to kill him." Li Qinglei waved his hand lightly. "Tell me, why are you here?" Chuyang said proudly. "I'm here to discuss with you how we can continue to cooperate." "Cooperate?" Li Qinglei smiled lightly. "How?" Chuyang said. "First of all, I'd like to explain that I took action back then because there were 4 other people who were surrounded. He's my friend. Senior, you're well informed. Naturally, you know who those 4 people are and what their relationship is with me." Li Qinglei nodded. "That's right. That was Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia, Cheng Duying, and Bao Buhuan are indeed related to you. So when they were in danger, I had no choice but to save them." Chuyang said sincerely. "Jianghu's code of brotherhood is very important. I believe that even if you were in my shoes at that time, you would also choose to attack without any hesitation." "That's right." Li Qinglei nodded again. "Furthermore, your great enemy, Lang Yalong, the head of the law enforcement interrogation hall, has already died under your heavy palm." Chuyang smiled lightly. "As for the remaining 4 officers, they are all dead. She has already become one of my people." "She became your subordinate?" Li Qinglei frowned. "Yes, there are many ways to control people. For example, using poison." Chuyang smiled faintly. "You need to take the antidote every once in a while." Li Qinglei snorted noncommittally. "Go on." "Elder's concern is nothing more than that after we go out, we will report to the law enforcement officers that the Li clan is going against the law enforcement officers and bring about a huge disaster." Chuyang went on in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "But as long as we reach an agreement, this concern can be eliminated." Li Qinglei's eyes and expression kept changing. "The law enforcement officers are hunting for extraterrestrial demons all over the world. They have pinned me with this crime that I will never be able to turn over." Chuyang took a deep breath. "Between us and the law enforcement officers, we will never be able to reconcile. Elder is a smart man. You should know that I am not lying." "Yes, that is indeed the case," Li Qinglei admitted. "Elder knows the Li clan's current situation better than I do. The Tribulation Sword Master is about to be born. The Li clan is about to face the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers head-on. However, when the Tribulation Sword Master first appears, he will definitely be weak. Therefore, although the Li clan has a strong foundation, is definitely not a match for the law enforcement officers and the 8 super clans. Chu Yang said. Yes. Li Qinglei frowned but still nodded. At present, the 8 super clans have already taken over much of the Li clan's periphery. Faced with such a situation, the Li clan can only shrink and keep shrinking but can't retaliate. It can be said to be extremely aggrieved. Indeed, from the looks of it now, the Li clan is very safe. But in the long run, the Li clan situation is as precarious as a pile of eggs. Chu Yang went on. A moment of carelessness and the entire clan will be wiped out. This is not impossible. Well said. As Chu Yang narrated, the playful look in Li Qinglei's eyes became even more intense. And at present, the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers have joined forces to encircle and annihilate me. Chu Yang went on. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, our enemies are the same. Yes, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Chu Yang went on. Elder, I believe you agree with this saying. Of course. Li Qinglei replied deeply. And I believe you are also clear about my information. Chu Yang went on proudly. Against the law enforcement officers and the 8 super clans, I, Chu Yang, am not completely powerless. A strange look flashed in Li Qinglei's eyes. Oh. Elder, you should know about the massacre of the Tao by the 8 super clans. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. None of the 700 supreme martial artists survived. All of them died an unnatural death. And the peerless expert who created this glorious battle record was one of my people. Currently, she is at the Chu clan in the flat mountain ridge in the southeast. Chu Yang went on frankly. Of course, she is also injured. However, she has recovered by more than half after this period of time. Li Qinglei's eyes flickered. I believe you. Although the 8 super clans tried their best to hide the massacre of the Tao, how could such a major event be kept under wraps? This was especially so for a big clan like the Li clan, which was all the more impossible to hide. The Moon Breeze duo are also at my clan at the moment, Chu Yang said. The look on Li Qinglei's face became serious. That's right. Wu Jueqing, one of the tribulations back then. He is also at the Chu clan. On this point, it may be a secret to others, but it is probably not a secret to the Li clan. Yes, I know about this. Li Qinglei heaved a long sigh. The few names that came out of Chu Yang's mouth were all big shots who could shake the world with a flip of their hand. Once one of these names appeared, it would cause a huge change in the world. What more when they were all gathered together? Elders should know about this as well. The 2 supreme martial artists, Buluqing and Ning Tianya, are our allies. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Their common younger brother is my fiancé. With pride and disdain on his face, Chu Yang went on. Supreme martial artist Feng and Yu's younger brother. She is my confidant. Poison Doctor Wu Jueqing is my younger sister's master. That peerless expert who slaughtered 700 supreme martial artists in a single battle is my best friend. Li Qinglei kept silent. But beside him, Li Qingfeng and Li Qingyu were getting more and more shocked. The background behind this young man was actually so powerful. A peerless expert who could slaughter 700 supreme martial artists in a single battle. Poison Doctor Wu Jueqing, one of the tribulations back then. Ning Tianya, Buluqing, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro. More than half of the people who stood at the top of the pyramid in the world were actually on his side. Any one of these people would be welcomed by the Li clan from afar. Chu Yang smiled lightly. We are not a match for all the law enforcement officers in the world, much less for the law enforcement officers and 8 super clans. But with our strength, if we want to protect ourselves, there is no problem at all. Even if the Dharma is supreme and all the ancestors of the 8 super clans are here, if we only seek to protect ourselves, they can only look on helplessly. There is nothing they can do. Therefore, if not for the fact that we were forced into a dead end by the Li clan today, I would never have thought of cooperating with the Li clan. Chu Yang smiled. After all, cooperating with the Li clan is a matter of going against the whole world. The risk is too great. But the Li clan is not facing such a calamity. Li Qinglei sighed lightly. In that case, you are giving the Li clan a lot of face by coming to negotiate with us now? Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, Of course. Firstly, it is because I'm trapped here now and can't get out. If the two of us continue to oppose each other, then it will be difficult for me to escape death. But the Li clan, apart from the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers, has more enemies on your side. You've added another enemy to my side. Secondly, the two of us are cooperating. To me, the only benefit is to keep my life temporarily. But to the Li clan, this is a long-term plan. Otherwise, why would I surrender and come to see you just like that? Chu Yang pointed to the space between his brows and chuckled. Here, this golden line. Do you see it? It is the connection between two souls united in life and death. Elders should know what this is. This is left behind by that supreme being who slaughtered 700 supreme martial artists in one battle. If I die, even if it is thousands of miles away, Elder, do you think that you can hide the truth? Li Qinglei's expression was rather ugly. Li Qingfeng and Li Qingyu exchanged a look. From anger, they turned into deep contemplation. None of what the other party said was false. Besides, the other party had really been forced into a dead end by the Li clan. That was why they had come to compromise. If they really cooperated with the other party, it would indeed be a good thing for the current Li clan. However, no matter how they thought about it, they still felt that something wasn't quite right. We are on the same side. Why should we fight each other? Said Chu Yang seriously. I admit that everything you said is true. Li Qinglei narrowed his eyes. But I don't believe you. I don't believe that you will cooperate with us. He narrowed his eyes. Firstly, I don't believe in your golden line. Secondly, I don't believe that Lang Ilong's officers will become your men. Thirdly, I don't believe that you will keep your promise even if I let you go. Li Qinglei smiled lightly. Going back on one's word. I have seen plenty of such cases. To the two of you, it seems to be more beneficial for you to spread the news and let us fight a bloody battle with the law enforcement officers. I find it very hard to believe that you won't do the same after you get out. Cough, take a guess. Are they cooperating or not? Gee, I beg for votes. Chapter 1287. Chu Yang smiled. When people interact with each other, be it cooperation or friendship, the most basic thing is trust. I've already been honest with you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He rolled his eyes, revealing his sharpness. However, his tone was indifferent as he said, At most, we'll just fight to the death. Chu Yang looked at Li Qinglei mockingly. I dare, but I wonder if the Li clan dares. Li Qinglei was stunned. If Chu Yang had said this before, Li Qinglei would have just taken it as a fart and scoffed at it right away. He wouldn't even bother to say another word and would just kill this boastful brat right away. But now, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Although he said that he didn't believe anything, how could he not be wary? There were more than 10 peak-grade supreme martial artists over there. After thinking about it over and over again, Li Qinglei felt that it was still better to believe it was true than not. If he provoked such a strong enemy for the clan at such a time, then he really wouldn't be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. But he was still stubborn. Chu Yang, since this is a negotiation, don't be so overbearing. Do you really think that the Li clan doesn't dare to kill you? Even if you have supreme martial artists behind you. So what? You must know that in a life-and-death struggle, no one will survive. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, since you dare to kill, why are you still standing here? Who doesn't know how to talk back? But he naturally wouldn't really anger him verbally. He asked, Then what did you mean by what you said just now? Li Qinglei only felt a little suffocated. Almost swallowing his anger, he said, But even though I don't believe you, I also really want to cooperate with you. He smiled lightly and found an excuse for himself. Just as you said, if we cooperate, both sides will benefit. Chu Yang said, Oh, since you don't believe me, yet you want to cooperate. But how do you want to cooperate? Li Qinglei said, I only have one condition. As long as you can do it, I'll believe you. I'll immediately receive you with the highest level of etiquette. I'll even escort you out of the northwest with a grand ceremony all the way back to the southeast. Chu Yang frowned. Conditions? What conditions? Murderous intent appeared in Li Qinglei's eyes. As long as you're in front of me. He chopped off the heads of the 4 officers one by one. I believe you, and we'll work together. This condition isn't difficult. Moreover, it was necessary for both sides to cooperate. In that case, even if you go out and say that the Li clan killed Lang Yilong, the law enforcement officers won't believe you, because you are their enemy. Li Qinglei said, we'll be even more at ease. As for whether you cooperate with us or not after you leave this place, it doesn't matter. You're right about one thing. Right now, we don't want to provoke enemies like you. Li Qinglei's words. It could be said that he had retreated 1,000 feet. He said that he didn't believe in Chu Yang's soul connection. The golden thread was united in life and death, but its heart was filled with apprehension. Furthermore, he also admitted most of what Chu Yang said. Therefore, the moment he retreated to the bottom line. In his opinion, such a condition was enough for him to confide in his heart and confide in him openly. And for Chu Yang, it was really too easy. He even had a cooperative smile on his face. He could predict the other party's expression of relief. Just as he said, he didn't believe that Chu Yang would really keep his promise. But now, the Li clan really couldn't open another front. With Chu Yang's departure, whether they cooperated or not in the future, he had done them a huge favor. If they didn't become enemies in the future, it would be a great blessing. Moreover, he had also solved the Li clan's biggest problem. Chu Yang's expression was very ugly. He sneered, "Are you threatening me? What kind of condition is this?" Li Qinglei took a breath and said, "There are several peak-grade supreme martial artists on your side. A mere 4 first-grade supreme martial artists can't do anything to your strength at all. Keeping them alive won't be enough to overturn the situation. Killing them won't affect your strength at all. As long as you kill them, the Li clan will even be responsible for the safety of your 70,000-mile journey. I don't know why you're hesitating." Li Qinglei indeed didn't quite understand. In his opinion, this was too easy a choice. If he were in Chu Yang's shoes right now, he would probably have dragged those 4 people over and killed them one by one to make his intentions clear. He had to protect his own life first. Even if he killed them today, he would come back tomorrow to avenge them. I can't do that. Chu Yang shook his head lightly. They've already submitted to me and are my people. Since they're my people, I have to be responsible for them. Not to mention that they're first-grade supreme martial artists, even if they're just weak scholars. As long as they submit to me, I have an obligation and a responsibility to protect their safety. If I really can't protect them, then it's a matter of strength. If I don't even protect them, then it's a matter of attitude. Perhaps you'll think that sacrificing a few people to protect a few important people is a very easy and normal thing. But you're not me, Chu Yang. Chu Yang said with a slight smile. Li Qinglei's hawk-like eyes stared at him sharply. He said dispassionately, "But if you don't accept it, we'll definitely go to war. If you accept this condition, each of you can live for 5 people. If you don't, then it's foreseeable that all of you will be wiped out. They'll still have to die, and you'll have to sacrifice yourself as well. You must know that once it reaches that point, since you've already offended them, then there's no harm in offending them to the death. If we don't have any qualms, even if you have a grand supreme martial artist as your backer, it'll be a piece of cake for the Li clan to kill you if we want to. Why are you so stubborn?" Li Qinglei sighed rather emotionally, with some mockery in his voice. "Don't tell me. You still want to be a hero?" Chu Yang said dispassionately. "If I don't want to be a hero, even if I'm a formidable person, there's no reason for me to easily use my subordinates in exchange for conditions. They can die in battle, but as an exchange for conditions, I definitely won't allow it." Li Qinglei was really stunned. He had already compromised to such an extent, and yet Chu Yang was still shaking his head. In this instant, Li Qinglei even felt aggrieved. Incredibly aggrieved. What else do you want? You don't even want to kill 4 people who don't belong to you in the first place. You're in a disadvantageous position where you'll die in the blink of an eye, yet you're still as stubborn as a bird, coming to negotiate conditions without even offering a single thing? Do you take Li Clan for fools? If I agree to your conditions just like that, wouldn't it all depend on your mood whether or not you spread such news in the future? Would the safety of the entire Li clan depend on your mood? What exactly do you want? Asked Li Qinglei rather irritably. That's all I want. Chu Yang was calm and collected. Make way and let us leave. It's impossible for us to kill anyone. How audacious. Li Qinglei's pupils contracted. He let out a strange laugh. Under the all-encompassing net of the Li clan, and in a hopeless situation of certain death, you actually still have the guts to amuse me. Heavenly Demon Chu, you've really impressed me. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense, gradually approaching the point of condensing and taking form. Being loyal comes with a price, Li Qinglei said, stressing each word. Yes, Chu Yang said helplessly, and I'm currently paying the price. He raised his head. Looks like the Li clan isn't prepared to cooperate with me. It's you who's never thought of cooperating with the Li clan at all. Li Qinglei's voice turned from irritated to calm. This proved that he was about to strike. All right, since that's the case, there's no point in saying anything more. Release my restrictions and let me go back. Let's fight to the death and see what each of us can do. Chu Yang smiled helplessly. Release your restrictions? Let you go back. Ha ha. Li Qinglei stared at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Suddenly, he let out a strange laugh. Why would I not eat a piece of juicy meat that's delivered itself to my doorstep? Chu Yang was furious. Are you thinking of detaining me here? Even when two armies are at war, they don't kill their envoys. How can you be so despicable and despicable? I've never wanted two armies to be at war, nor do I really want to kill you. There was a hint of frustration in Li Qinglei's eyes. I have to admit that what you said just now has been effective. We are indeed apprehensive about the forces behind you. His eyes shone with a blade-like light. But since you've delivered yourself to our doorstep, we can't let you go either. Chu Yang, I'll have to trouble you for a few days. He turned around. Take this little guy away and keep a tight watch on him. You can teach him a lesson. Send a letter immediately and invite second Grandmaster here. Execute the soul control technique and completely control this windfall. Chu Yang's expression changed. Soul control technique. This was the most insidious technique of all. Using the cultivation of a supreme martial artist with an eternally solid spirit and energy, one could execute an energy confinement and control a person completely. From this confinement, one could extract the person's soul and refine it. From then on, one could travel thousands of miles and make the person under control suffer a fate worse than death with just a thought. In other words, the moment one used this soul control technique, they would become someone else's slave from then on. Such insidious techniques had always only been used by humans when they were taming high-grade spirit beasts. As for using it on a person, firstly, there was no need for it. Secondly, the person's thoughts were full of distracting thoughts and were difficult to control, making it easy for the person to backfire. Very few people could do this. After all, if the person didn't listen to them, they could just kill them. Since they could execute the soul control technique on a person, how could they not be able to kill them? At present, there were only a few supreme martial artists in the Li clan who could execute the soul control technique. Other than the Elder Master and his guards, there was only second Grandmaster Li Xiangxi. That was why Li Qinglei had issued this order. The two supreme martial artists stepped forward with a sinister smile. A look of panic finally appeared on Chu Yang's face. Retreating continuously, he shouted, "Are you really going to execute such a heartless and poisonous technique? Aren't you afraid of being condemned by the world?" Condemned by the world? Li Qinglei laughed cruelly. Controlling you is equivalent to controlling the forces behind you. The Li clan only sees such a good thing as the king and the loser as the bandit. What does the world have to do with us? The two supreme martial artists reached out with a sneer. One on the left and one on the right. They grabbed Chu Yang's shoulders. Chu Yang said furiously, "Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony." Li Qinglei burst into laughter. This little guy has already fallen into our hands, and his cultivation has been sealed. How dare he boast shamelessly that he won't stand on ceremony? Amidst his laughter, Chu Yang's body shook. Suddenly, a sharp and fierce sword light flashed. Ah! Chapter 1288. Chu Yang's Dantian had already been sealed. Chu Yang's cultivation had already been sealed. Right now, Chu Yang was just an ordinary person. He could just barely move. There was no way that he didn't have any strength left in his body. Even if he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated martial arts, as long as his body was slightly stronger, he would be able to defeat the current Chu Yang. This was the common understanding of Li Qingyun, Li Qingyu, and Li Qinglei. This was also the common understanding of everyone in the world. No one had ever been able to unleash such powerful combat power when their cultivation was sealed. Absolutely not. Therefore, the three of them were very assured, very pleased. Chu Yang was already a fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. But no one would have thought that the fish on the chopping board would actually jump up and take a vicious bite out of them. This was something that they couldn't even dream of in their nightmares. But right now, this situation that they couldn't even dream of in their nightmares had really happened. The moment the two large hands grabbed his shoulders, Heavenly Demon Chu, whose Dantian was already sealed and whose cultivation was already sealed, suddenly unleashed a powerful, desolate, lonely, barren, powerful, ancient, ferocious, and fierce aura. Then, Chu Yang straightened his back. An emotionless, cold, and indifferent gaze that looked down on all living beings was like grass. At the same time, a brilliant ray of sword light suddenly shot out. All of this had happened without any warning, and all of this had happened in a beautiful dream. The sword light was brilliant and fierce. It ignored everything. The two supreme martial artists beside him attacked at the same time. Be careful. At this moment, the voice of Li Qinglei, who had been completely shocked into a wooden puppet, finally reached them. Li Qingyun and Li Qingyu fell out of the way with blood all over their bodies. There was a huge bloody hole in each of their chests. They were severely injured. Possessed by the sword spirit, he attacked in an instant. But firstly, he couldn't expose the devouring power of the Calamity Sword. Secondly, time was of the essence. There was an even more powerful 7th grade supreme martial artist waiting for him to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, these two sword strikes couldn't take the lives of the two powerful 2nd grade supreme martial artists. But even so, it was enough for them to be severely injured and on the verge of death. The sword light was like a waterfall, like a torrential rain. With a sudden attack, hundreds of sword strikes merged into a torrent and pierced Li Qinglei's body like a lightning storm. Li Qinglei let out a wild shout. He circulated his supreme martial artist's vital energy and activated his supreme martial artist's aura. He started the supreme martial artist seal and went all out to defend himself. At this moment, he couldn't attack at all. He could only defend. Puff, puff, puff. It was only for a moment. Li Qinglei's white robe was riddled with holes. Countless streams of blood. It was like a fine drizzle of mist gushing out. In the blink of an eye, Li Qinglei had already unleashed over 300 strikes. His entire being. He had turned into a blood hedgehog. However, his supreme aura finally erupted. With a loud roar, a blast of air suddenly erupted. Chu Yang didn't expect to be able to kill 3 supreme martial artists just like that. Now that the sword spirit had possessed his body, he could at most fight against a 5th grade supreme martial artist. To be able to seriously injure 2 middle grade supreme martial artists. This was already a pleasant surprise. As for Li Qinglei, even with the Calamity Sword, the sword spirit could only break through the first layer of his defenses. 7th grade supreme martial artist. That was the level above the boundary between immortal and mortal. The sword spirit was far from being a match for him right now. Therefore, after this round of attacks, without waiting for Li Qinglei and the other two to come back to their senses, Chu Yang's body had already soared into the air. With a loud boom, he transformed into a swift and fierce sword light and broke through the tent. He flew out at full speed. When Chu Yang flew out, Li Qingyu and Li Qingyun's bodies, which had been flying out in circles, hadn't even landed on the ground. Li Qinglei was resisting with all his might and retreating. The other party's attacks were swift and fierce. Everything happened so suddenly. The most fatal thing was the sword, and it was a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. Li Qinglei held his breath and defended. At such a juncture, he didn't dare to open his mouth to speak at all, because once he opened his mouth and let out a breath, the other party's sword energy would immediately enter his body and turn his internal organs into a pile of smashed trash. He watched helplessly as Chu Yang transformed into sword light and flew out like a thunderbolt, still retreating. His face was flushed red. He retreated another 2 steps before he regained his footing. He roared, "Despicable Junior, you're courting death." With a flash, Li Qinglei disappeared. It was only at this point that Li Qingyu and Li Qingyun finally collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Li Qinglei gave chase at full speed. At this moment, the fury in his heart had already reached a peak. Just a little bit more, and his body would explode from his anger. This was simply too infuriating. As the saying went, an 80-year-old mother takes care of her child. Li Qinglei's situation was even more so. Not only had he capsized in an easy task, but he had also capsized an aircraft carrier. Having roamed the martial world for thousands of years, when had he ever endured such grievances? When had he ever been toyed with like this? When had he ever been reduced to such a state where his clothes couldn't cover his body and he was covered in injuries? How could he not be furious? How could he not fly into a rage? "I won't kill you. I swear I'm not human." Li Qinglei's voice shook the heavens and the earth. Chu Yang's voice came from afar. "Kill me? Catch up to me first." "Ha ha. I admit that I'll charge out, but what can you do to me if I charge back to the northwest? Even if I lay low in the northwest for 8 to 10 years, what can you do to me?" Although his voice was clear, it was already very far away. The supreme martial artists outside were still in a daze and hadn't reacted yet. What was going on? Li Qinglei leaped into the air. From afar, he saw a white shadow turn into a white line in the wind and snow. Then he shouted from afar, "Let's go." It was as if a few figures had leaped into the air from both sides, following behind this white shadow and rolling forward. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the wind and snow. After them, "You bunch of bastards." Li Qinglei was so furious that he really wanted to vomit blood. So many people had been hiding in front of the 5th stage all this time, right in front of him. He could have found them if he had carried out a carpet search. But not only had he not done so, he had even been ambushed by the enemy single-handedly. How humiliating. It was simply a great humiliation. Chase after them. Kill them all for me. Li Qinglei let out a long howl as he flew forward like a thunderbolt. At the same time, he let out a long, rallying cry. "Attention ahead. The enemy is charging back to the northwest. Intercept them at once. Attention left and right. Surround them at once. Everyone, carry out a carpet search and advance. All supreme martial artists, lock down the space with your divine senses. Immediately. God damn it, hurry up." Following Li Qinglei's frantic arrangement, countless people in white appeared. They threw away the huge trees on their bodies and leaped out of the caves. Those who were standing in the air flew straight into the air, while those on the trees had already turned into shooting stars. A large group of people in white rose into the air from the ground. 2 supreme martial artists carried the unconscious Li Qingyun and Li Qingyu at lightning speed and chased after the enemy, without stopping. The enemy's tracks had already appeared, and they had even revealed themselves in front of them. If they didn't give chase now, when would they? With a whoosh, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. So many people in white rushed into the vast wind and snow as if they were riding on clouds. The 5th stage, which had still been heavily guarded just a moment ago, had already become an empty city at this moment. "Hurry up." A low voice, like the urging of the wind and snow, rang out. A weak voice sounded. However, the voice was urgent. "This is our only chance of survival. A figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying close to the ground like a cloud. It rushed through the fifth stage in a flash. The next moment, without even stopping, it flew at its fastest speed. It fell into the 1,000-foot canyon dug by the Lee Clan supreme martial artists. The bottom of the canyon was already covered in a layer of ice. Below the layer of ice was a source of water. With a lift of the tribulation sword, the person entered the layer of ice like a loach. Then, he immediately clung onto the outer rock wall and stopped here. Chu Yang's tribulation sword silently dug out a huge stone the size of a water tank. It was about 50 feet long. He activated his energy and pulled it out. Then, he threw the stone behind him. Wei Wuyin caught it steadily. Chu Yang had already entered the cave. Another stone came out, and another one. A few stones were placed under the layer of ice without a sound. Quietly, he stepped on them. The stones sank into the silt and could no longer be seen. Heavy snow kept falling from the sky, covering even this layer of ice. A huge cave had already appeared on the mountain wall here, big enough to accommodate 20 people. Everyone entered in a single file. Wei Wuyin was the last to come in. Then he used the first big stone to gently suck it in and block the entrance of the cave. From the outside, even if one dived under the layer of ice to look at it, one would still be unable to see anything. Even from the outside, there were no traces at all. Chu Yang replaced Wei Wuyin's position and carefully shaved off a circle of the stone blocking the entrance of the cave with his tribulation sword. Why do you have to remove this circle? Cheng Duiying was a little puzzled. Breathe. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. We have to stay underground for a long time. Without this small gap, even a supreme martial artist will suffocate to death. Hiding here, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally safe. I'm only curious about one thing. I'm not surprised that you could come back. But what I'm curious about is that you came to our hiding place immediately after you came out. But for the Li clan, you actually chased them all the way to the north? And it's obvious that you have an even more obvious target? Interrogation Officer 1 frowned and asked. He was really puzzled about this matter. If someone had lured the enemy away, then there should be at least one less person here. But now, there wasn't one less person. Besides, the Li clan wasn't stupid. If only one person escaped, they definitely wouldn't give up on the checkpoint and chase after him. Of course, there's a reason for this. Chu Yang smiled and said vaguely. Everyone was tactful and didn't ask further. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh of relief. The one who led them away was, of course, the sword spirit. And only a sword spirit could have that kind of power. Creating the illusion of more than 10 people escaping together was naturally not a problem for the sword spirit within a short period of time. Chu Yang had this idea in mind when he first entered. As for cooperation, not to mention that the Li clan didn't believe him, Chu Yang also didn't believe all the promises made by the Li clan. Right from the start, Chu Yang had never thought of cooperating. The risky gamble this time was certainly unexpected, but it was also extremely bold. And it was indeed the only chance of survival for this trip forward. If it didn't succeed, Chu Yang could only really retreat with his people, looking for monthly votes. I don't need to explain the details of the process here. Everything is written very clearly. Everyone can read carefully and understand on their own. If I were to explain, I would need another chapter, so I'd better hurry up. Chapter 1289. Next, we're going to start. Chu Yang smiled and said, Is everyone ready? In this cave, we have to go all the way until we can't take it anymore. We're ready. Everyone chuckled. Compared to the life and death outside, what was the sufferings in this cave? Listen up, Chu Yang said. The reason why I made this space so big is not for us to sleep here, but for a place to store things. Next, there has to be a strict division of labor. From this moment on, we have to work nonstop until we can't take it anymore. What should we do? Tell us. Interrogation Officer 1 said generously. This is Chu Ling. You've moved the rocks here just now, so you can feel that they're 10 times heavier than ordinary rocks. But we have to fight our way out in such a place. I'll lead the way. Wei Wuyin will be second. I'll immediately hand over the rocks I cut out to Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan will pass it to the third person, and the last person will place the rocks in this space. Chu Yang said, this space can store 30 of those big rocks. After 30 pieces, we'll have gone more than 700 feet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Understood. Everyone agreed. The only requirement is that no one can make sound. On this point, the last person will be the most tired, so we have to rotate. Chu Yang requested, how about it? Interrogation Officer 1 said readily. Interrogation Officer 2, and I will bring up the rear. For now, it seems. Brother Chu, your cultivation is deeper than ours, but Brother Wei and the others have just become supreme martial artists. Their realms are not stable, and the few of us have been stuck at first-grade supreme martial artists for decades. We're still confident about this. Chu Yang nodded and said, then, let's begin. Regarding the negotiations outside, and things like killing to get through, Chu Yang suppressed all of them in his heart. Some things had to be known by the whole world after they were done, so that they wouldn't be done in vain. But some things really only needed to be known by oneself. The next moment, the work began. Interrogation Officer 1 originally had some doubts, but he tried to do it. He realized that even after using all his strength, he could only stab his sword in, then use his energy to cut out a big rock and pull it out. He was almost out of strength. Chu Ling. After all, it was not an ordinary mountain rock. But Chu Yang was able to open up such a long tunnel. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like he was dreaming. However, in the next moment, he shut his mouth that was about to open. Chu Yang raised his sword and pierced it into the stone wall with a schwa sound. It was as if he was cutting tofu effortlessly. From top to bottom, a crack as tall as a person was carved out. Then, there was a crack on the right side and a crack on the top. There was another one below. Holding the stone in his hand, the heart of the stone shook silently. Then his 5 fingers formed a claw, grabbed the stone, and dragged it out. 5 zhang long. The eyebrows of the 8 supreme martial artists twitched violently as they looked at the huge rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. This job was really not easy. If it were a sovereign or something like that, even if they could escape from here and find such a path, it would be impossible for them to escape. He would also die of exhaustion. Wei Wuyan took it with both hands. He turned sideways and the stone was sent out smoothly. Wan Rinjie caught it. Cheng Duiying changed hands. Lastly, second interrogation officer carried it and strode to the outermost part of the cave. He put it down gently. He finally understood why the last person had to be rotated so often. The few people in the middle were the least tired because it was not strenuous for them to carry it. It was just a matter of changing hands. The problem was the last few words, put it down gently and quietly. These words are really going to kill me. This was a huge rock that weighed more than 50,000 kilograms. To put it down quietly like a feather, 1 or 2 pieces was still okay, but they would be exhausted after 300 or 400 pieces at most. Chu Yang chopped out another piece of the same size in front and passed it to the people behind. Otherwise, without any room for negotiation, they would still not be able to continue with this job. Then, he started to catch up with the progress. Chu Yang's speed was very fast. Sure enough, when they reached the 300th piece, second interrogation officer finally could not hold on anymore and was replaced by third interrogation officer. Chu Yang was sweating profusely in front. He just kept running forward, as if he did not know what fatigue was. In the blink of an eye, he had covered 7,000 to 8,000 feet. Wei Wuyan and the others all felt fear. From now on, count the time. Chu Yang handed out a huge rock and said, everyone is a supreme martial artist. You should know how much time is needed in a day. Starting from Wei Wuyan, count day by day and calculate clearly how long we have been in here. When Wei Wuyan starts to blur, immediately hand it over to Wan Rinjie to calculate. You must remember clearly. Everyone agreed. Just as Chu Yang finished speaking, his heart shook. Everyone seemed to have felt something too, but they did not discover anything. Seeing that Chu Yang was silent, they also shut up. The sword spirit was back. In the space of consciousness, Chu Yang knew that the sword spirit had led people out for a full 250 miles before he found a call and flew back as a soul. As for the Li clan, They were, of course, searching around that area like headless flies, but Chu Yang and the others definitely could not go out, because the checkpoint in front had not been removed, and the Li clan's blockade was getting stronger and stronger. If they went out now, they would be walking right into a trap. All the traces showed that they were digging holes below. Thinking of this, Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Do I have to keep digging for 8,000 miles? How long would I have to dig then? In one morning, Chu Yang had advanced 5,000 feet. 1,500 feet was 1 mile. According to the distance, they had already traveled 40 miles. Based on this speed, they would be able to travel 120 to 150 li by nightfall. This speed, it could be said to be very fast, but according to the distance of 8,000 miles, it was only 1% of the time, and this speed could not be maintained for long. After all, they still had to eat and rest. The 4 officers at the back were already sweating profusely and panting. Wei Wuyan and the other 3 replaced the 4 of them. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Wuyan reminded them that 1 day and 1 night had passed. Only then did Chu Yang stop. Everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger and thirst. Supreme martial artists could not eat and could even not breathe. For example, they could not eat or drink for 3 months. It was totally doable, but there was a condition: do not expend a lot of physical strength. Like now, when everyone was so tired that they could not die or come back to life, not eating, that was a fantasy. What about our meals? Interrogation Officer 1 followed behind Chu Yang and asked with his eyes fixed on him. There are 5 of us, and we have rations in our bags. But not much. Chu Yang said lightly. There are also some water and food in my storage ring. If we use them sparingly, it will be enough. Bao Bu Huan wanted to say, I don't have any rations in my bag. But the moment he opened his mouth, Wan Rinja pinched him hard on the thigh. That's good. Interrogation Officer 1 was relieved. He said admiringly, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. In such a dangerous situation, you actually prepared rations. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He thought, if I didn't have the tribulation space, we could only wait to become zombies underground with the storage ring. Naturally, we have to make use of it. Also, I only got this thing when I came out this time. Chu Yang flashed the storage ring that he had stolen from the Li clan's purple crystal mine back then. He smiled calmly and said, out of curiosity, I put a few more things inside, especially food and drinks. Oh, there are also a few jars of good wine inside. Wine. As soon as they heard these words, the 8 of them immediately started drooling. My God, this lord actually has wine in reserve. Why? Do you want to drink some? Chu Yang asked with a smile. The 8 of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Dig another 20,000 feet forward. Let's start eating. Yes. Let's drink. Everyone, a jar of wine. Chu Yang said with a smile. At once, everyone was full of energy. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get to work. That's right, that's right. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. If you dawdle, I'll beat you up. It was undeniable that in such a dark and hopeless situation, the temptation of wine was simply multiplied several times more than usual. Under the temptation of wine, everyone was in high spirits, and they began to work with incomparable nimbleness. They worked until midnight again. This time, actually dug out another 10,000 feet. It was a whole 3 times more than the 20,000 feet Chu Yang requested. Everyone was so tired that they couldn't take it anymore. Demon Chu finally showed mercy. He found a big rock and placed a few dry rations on it. Then came the main event. Under the eager gazes of the 8 supreme martial artists, swallowing mouthfuls of saliva in anticipation, Chu Yang slowly took out a jar of wine. This jar was really not small. What's more, it was genuine wine. Of course, Chu Yang would never take out the good wine that Shui Leihan gave him. He only took out ordinary wine. There were still dozens of jars of such wine in the tribulation space. But they couldn't eat too much. They couldn't drink too much wine either. After eating and drinking, it was easy to get lazy. At this moment, it was not good to be lazy. Chu Yang dug out a wine cup from the rock and said in advance, everyone can only have 3 cups of wine. Interrogation Officer 1 and the others wanted to cry, but had no tears. Fuck, this is called a wine cup. This is called a wine cup. All right, how can this be satisfying? Just as the craving was aroused, it was gone. There's only one jar of wine. Chu Yang slowly kept the wine jar. So drink sparingly. At this time tomorrow, everyone can drink another 3 cups. At once, everyone had something to look forward to again. The scene was very comical. The 8 supreme martial artists each held a stone wine cup carefully, fearing that even half a drop would be spilled. They drank with infinite preciousness, sip by sip. They had to swirl it in their mouths a few times before they could bear to swallow it. And once they did, they let out another long sigh of extreme satisfaction. Chapter 1290. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a supreme martial artist would be so satisfied with such an ordinary wine. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, Interrogation Officer 1 and the rest also wouldn't believe that they were so useless. After eating and drinking, he finished drinking as well. Everyone's cravings were only aroused, and their stomachs were only half full. Finished eating? Let's start working. Chu Yang led the way without looking back, continuing with his plan of tunneling underground. Everyone complained. This bastard is even scarier than a landlord. Such a high frequency of exploitation. But complaining was just for the sake of moving their mouths. No one would really get angry. At this time, actually complaining was also a form of strength. And it was also a way to deepen their relationship. As the excavation continued, Interrogation Officer 1, Wanrinjia, and the rest also gradually discovered a strange problem. That was, Chu Yang's temperament could change. Sometimes he was as gentle as the spring breeze, not anxious or impatient. His heart was deep, but it didn't show on the outside. But sometimes it felt very lonely and desolate, very bleak, very lonely, and very distressing. Everyone felt strange. Could it be that this young fellow actually had some unbearable past? Whenever this happened, the speed would always be very fast. Chu Yang continuously excavated stones, as if he was venting. The few of them also hurried to work in silence. Everything happened in silence. They just felt strange. This fellow's endurance is really not ordinary. We're already so tired that we're panting behind him, but he's still full of energy, of course. They didn't know that in such a high frequency of work, Chu Yang's soul had already gone back and forth 7 or 8 times. The sword spirit and Chu Yang took turns to do the work. Although the sword spirit was unwilling, he clamored, "I, the sword spirit, am the top figure in the world. I've never dug a lousy stone before." But under the sword master's tyranny, the sword spirit had no choice but to participate in the work of excavating stones. On the 3rd day, a new problem arose. There was no problem with eating and drinking for the time being. But humans had 3 needs. What about peeing? Even a supreme martial artist couldn't just go in and out. To this, Chu Yang's answer was very simple. Think of a way to solve it yourself. His only request was, don't let me hear it. Don't let me see it. Don't let me smell it. Don't let me know. Therefore, everyone was like a thief when they went to the toilet. They secretly went to the back and quickly solved it. Anyway, it would be blocked by a big rock very soon. 3 days later, everyone rested. Chiang took out dry food, water, and wine. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Chu Yang took out a wine jar. Everyone was pouring wine in front of them and chewing on their food. He tasted the wine with a look of enjoyment. Chu Qianma said embarrassedly, "Enjoy your meal. I'm going to relieve myself in the back. Cough. I can't hold it in any longer. I farted just now. Did you guys smell it? Even I think it smells bad." With that one sentence, everyone's expression turned strange. At this moment, he was chewing something in his mouth. "Why did you say that? Fuck. Do you need to be more filthy?" Especially Chung Duing. He really wanted to cry at this moment. Life and death dilemma. Just now, when Xiang was working in front of him with his buttocks sticking out, he followed closely behind. His nose was only inches away from Chu Yang's buttocks at this moment. Big Brother Wan's mouth was stuffed full of food, and he was about to swallow it. Instantly, he felt that the food that was still fragrant just a moment ago had turned into feces. He retched and almost threw it up. Fuck! Beat him up! The 8 people were furious and rushed up together. Then, he pinned the little one down and gave it a good thrashing. After a while, Chu Qianma, whose face was bruised and swollen, slipped to the back by himself. Everyone looked at each other and covered their mouths to laugh at the same time. Cough because they were cautious. So they couldn't make a sound. So, everyone, don't misunderstand, but please imagine how 8 men and a few old men covered their mouths to laugh like little girls. They felt disgusted. However, everyone's heart was touched. Doing such boring work underground for a long time, it was really unbearable for them to be mentally suppressed. They weren't young anymore. The youngest one was almost 1,000 years old. They didn't have the energy to make fun of themselves. Chu Yang's joke, just now, was to use himself as a punching bag. With a laugh, all the psychological pressure disappeared without a trace. He had put in a lot of effort. At the same time, the 8 people all realized something. Chu Yang's dry food seemed to be endless. They had been eating for 7 days, and they could still be half full with every meal. They really didn't know how much stock Chu Yang had left, but no one said anything. As for wine, everyone had 3 cups each time. It had been 7 days now. No matter how big the wine jar was, it should have been empty by now. If they counted strictly, 3 jars should be gone. But Chu Yang's wine jar was still easy. He could pour out 3 cups each time. There was obviously something strange. However, no one brought it up either. They all knew that as the person in charge of supplies, Chu Yang's pressure was definitely much greater than theirs. He was such a young lad, yet he was able to do so much. Could it be that they, the old men, couldn't share some of his burden? Not long after, Chu Yang came back and started working. During this period, they rested once every 3 days. When they rested, they dug a big cave in advance so that everyone could lie flat. This was the most effective way to recover their tired bodies. However, even when they were sleeping, Demon Chu's demonic nature didn't change. He put a piece of dry food in everyone's mouth. They were not allowed to chew it. They had to sleep with it in their mouths to avoid snoring. After all, it was impossible for him not to snore when he fell asleep in such a tired state. But with dry food in their mouths, it was different. They were hungry to begin with, and they weren't allowed to eat. Even when they fell asleep, they couldn't help but secrete saliva, which slowly melted the dry food. Chu Yang's calculations were extremely accurate. The dry food had completely melted, and there wasn't much difference between them and getting up. Complaints were heard everywhere. 10 days passed. Calculating the progress, they had already traveled 1,500 miles. During this period, there hadn't been any movement. It looked like the Li clan really couldn't be found this time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, in the eyes of the Li clan, Chu Yang and the others, who were first-grade supreme martial artists, couldn't reach a range of 10,000 feet below Chu Ling. Therefore, during this period of time, the surface of the earth was completely turned upside down. Li Qinglei and the others felt so wrong that they wanted to cry, but had no tears. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? The target had clearly appeared, and they had already locked onto it. Everyone chased after it, but after half a day, they discovered that the enemy had disappeared all of a sudden. Where could he have gone after disappearing? He didn't go up to the sky anyway. He must have dug into the ground, right? And so, the entire area where the sword spirit had disappeared, be it hills or mountains, they had all been turned upside down by the Li clan. How could it be just 10,000 feet? With such strength, they dug down and turned over 30,000 feet. The Li clan gained a lot. Some spirit beasts, such as century-old snakes and so on, were warm underground. This time, they were all turned over. Even rats were shaken to death one by one. Every rock larger than a human head was smashed. Looking over, the entire area of 800 miles was a desert. However, the real target was nothing. After learning of this situation, the Li clan once again sent out a large number of people. The second Grandmaster of the Li clan, Li Xiangxi, personally led a team over. He grabbed Li Qinglei and gave him a good scolding. Tell me, what's the use of you? You actually couldn't catch him even after seeing him? You actually lost him after chasing him for 300 miles. And you even said that he had mysteriously disappeared. Fuck, they're not ghosts. Li Qinglei's head drooped from the scolding, his veins popping. What he didn't know was that Li Xiangxi had hit the nail on the head with one sentence. They weren't ghosts. Yes, the sword spirit wasn't a ghost. But in essence, he was no different from a ghost. Strictly speaking, he was just a fucking old ghost. Li Qinglei, whose face and neck were red from the scolding, gritted his teeth and brought up valuable information. Elder Master, I can guarantee that this batch of brats, they have turned and entered the northwest. As long as we maintain a tight blockade, they definitely won't be able to get out. What's the use of telling me that? Li Xiangxi was furious. Hurry up and go look for them. The entire northwest was turned upside down. After this incident, the originally towering mountains and lofty ridges instantly turned into plains. Mountains were flattened one after another. He believed that in the future, the Northwest would have to change its name to the Great Northwest Plains. A few small vassal clans didn't do their jobs well and were wiped out by the enraged Li clan members on the spot. Every sound of wind and every tree was an enemy. The Li clan's large-scale operation was so abnormal, so tyrannical, and so extravagant that it naturally attracted the attention of the various superclans outside. For a moment, the gazes of the various superclans toward the northwest became even more intense and even more cautious. The Ling clan, Yi clan, Shao clan, and so on, which were the closest to the northwest. All of the people they sent out were secretly infiltrating the northwest. Among the law enforcement officers, there were also quite a number of people rushing toward the northwest. The officers of the interrogation hall naturally knew where their boss had gone. After such a long period of silence and no news, they had also sent people to investigate. The Li clan naturally wouldn't allow these people to enter. Therefore, the conflicts at the borders became more and more intense by the day in the southeast. Ever since Chu Yang entered the heart of the continent, there had been no news of him at all. Everyone was burning with anxiety as well. Wu Jueqing's injuries had already recovered by more than half. After a long period of silence, he accepted everyone's request and brought Chuler out of the southeast in disguise with the purpose of training his disciples. She recalled that Chu Yang seemed to have said that he was going to the northwest back then. Therefore, Chuler also brought her teacher all the way to the northwest in a coquettish and threatening manner. Unknowingly, this remote northwest actually became a place where the winds and clouds gathered. When the entire continent was in chaos, Chu Yang was underground and naturally didn't know anything. Chapter 1291. Wu Jueqing's method of teaching his disciple was undoubtedly very effective, and Chu Lu Er's comprehension ability was even more impressive. Immediately, he fully understood and implemented his master's words, and it was very accurate. Wu Jueqing himself didn't expect what kind of impact his words would have on his disciple's life. He also didn't expect that these words would be the prelude to a massacre of the heavenly layer, and the inhumane prelude to the extraterrestrial demons in the heavenly layer imperial court. Wu Jueqing was someone who did as he pleased between good and evil to begin with. When he taught his disciple, he naturally imparted his own set of theories, and he was known as the poison doctor back then. To be honest, he wasn't a good person either. Wu Jueqing was very clear about his likes and dislikes, and did things as he pleased. It was precisely this character that caused him to be somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated. One is marked by the company one keeps. Under the guidance of such a master, Chu Luer improved very quickly. After receiving her master's honest guidance, the next moment, Chu Luer, who couldn't take it anymore, waved her hand furiously. The dozen or so people who were still spouting the most obscenities just now fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Then, Chu Luer asked someone beside her, "Do you think they deserve to die?" This person was still in a dream and didn't know what was going on. He opened his mouth and said, "Little b****." Before he could finish, he was poisoned. This time, he didn't die immediately. However, his whole body started to rot, and he screamed as he rotted. The people who were still puzzled at first were instantly scared out of their wits. They looked at this fairy-like young lady with eyes full of fear. Chu Lu'er understood. You can't kill people without them noticing. You must let them see it. Only then will they be afraid of you. Wu Jueqing was full of praise for his disciples' extraordinary comprehension ability. Yes, what you said makes so much sense. And so, Chu Lu'er waved her hand again, her fair and tender hand waving out. The men who were still teasing her just now instantly fell to the ground, screaming and wailing. Chu Lu'er very patiently asked them one by one, "Are you afraid of me?" "Yes, I'm afraid. Madam, spare my life." The men who were being questioned were in a state of near death. When they suddenly heard this sentence, that feeling was really indescribable. "Is Chu Yang an extraterrestrial demon?" Chu Lu'er asked again. "No, absolutely not." The muscles on that big man's face were convulsing in pain. He pointed to the sky and swore, "Chu Yang, your grandpa Chu, is a chivalrous and brave man. I'm an unparalleled hero. Whoever dares to say that your grandpa Chu is an extraterrestrial demon, I'll dig up his ancestral grave." "Okay." Chu Lu'er smiled and waved her hand. It relieved him of his pain. Then he asked the next person, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, no." Wu Jueqing shook his head vigorously. "You are too soft-hearted. How can you let someone who has already offended you off? He might be afraid of you, but he might take revenge on you. To cut the weeds, one must dig up the roots. The best course of action is to end everything once and for all. Did you see that? The Dharma Supreme created public opinion, saying that your brother is an extraterrestrial demon, and everyone believed it. Why?" Wu Jueqing taught her earnestly. "Because the Dharma Supreme has status. He had power. They had power. That's why everyone believes it. However, with your efforts, some people have already said that your brother Chu Yang is not an extraterrestrial demon. Why? Because you have power, and they are afraid of you. So whatever you say is what it is." Chu Lu'er was extremely intelligent. "So, as long as I have enough power and status, I will say, everyone, don't believe the Dharma Supreme's words. Then, no one will believe it. I will say, if the Dharma Supreme is a bastard, then they will also follow me and say that the Dharma Supreme is a bastard. Yes, you are teachable." Wu Jueqing was greatly comforted. "But how can I make everyone afraid of me? I can't possibly poison everyone I see, right?" Chu Lu'er frowned. "There's no need for that. You can find a few people who are powerful enough. Yes, in this way, and so on. After some trouble, wherever you go, your name will naturally resound throughout the country." Wu Jueqing said with a benevolent expression, "That's true. Only the words of people with a bit of power will spread far and wide." Chu Lu'er seemed to be deep in thought. "But they didn't offend me." Chu Lu'er said with melancholy, "It's not very good to act rashly." "Silly girl," Wu Jueqing said in exasperation. "Isn't it easy to make them offend you? Then give them a chance to offend you." Teacher is right. Thus, along the way, not only did Miss Chu Lu'er punish anyone who dared to say Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon, is so, and so, all the local heroes who had a bit of reputation also started to have nightmares. Some of them were so serious that Chu Lu'er still trembled at the thought of it, even after a few months. This journey was really full of surprises. "Teacher, but killing people like this is a little too much. It goes against the harmony of heaven." There was one time when Chu Lu'er couldn't bear to do it. "What goes against the harmony of heaven? That's nonsense." Wu Jueqing lectured seriously. "We are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Do you understand? Look, all the people you kill are evil people, right? They said that her brother was an extraterrestrial demon and even took liberties with her. Of course, they were evil people." Chu Lu'er nodded in confusion. "Do you know the dangers of evil people?" Wu Jueqing said, "A hooligan can bring disaster to an entire street. A bully can bring disaster to an entire village or even a town. A hooligan with a bit of cultivation can bring disaster to an entire county. If it's a king level, emperor level, monarch level or saint level evil person, then it's really too many to count. Don't you think so? The degree of viciousness of an evil person is closely related to his cultivation. Teacher is right, said Chu-er. If you kill a small hooligan, you'll save the people of an entire street. If you kill a big hooligan, you'll save a town. If you kill a saint-level hooligan, you'll save a lot of good people in several cities, said Wu Jueqing. Teacher is right. We are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Chu Lu'er was very happy. So, if you can't bear to do it to evil people, you'll be cruel to good people. If you show mercy to evil people and they harm good people in the future, it'll be equivalent to you committing a sin, said Wu Jueqing. But you're so kind. Why would you commit a sin? Teacher is right. Chu Lu'er nodded heavily. She indeed wouldn't commit a sin. So, when you see evil people in the future, if you want to kill them all. Don't give them another chance to do evil. Don't let yourself commit a sin, said Wu Jueqing. But if they turn over a new leaf, won't they become good people? Cough. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, and a wolf will always harm others. Didn't you hear the sages say that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature? How can evil people become good people? How unlikely is it to hope that they'll change for the better? We don't have the time to supervise them one by one. It'll be much easier to kill them. Teacher is right. So, every person we kill is a merit. The one enforcing justice on behalf of heaven is Miss Chu Lu'er. Yes, I'm the one enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. But teacher, look, these commoners are also very scared when they look at me. That's because they still don't understand how much good you've done for them. When you kill the tyrants, these people are the ones who benefit the most. They're afraid of you now, but in the future, when they live happily and peacefully, they'll slowly come to know how good you are. Besides, even if they don't know, when we do good deeds and uphold justice, how can we expect them to be grateful and repay us? Won't that be disadvantageous? Teacher is right. I don't expect them to repay me. Think about it. How many bad people have you killed along the way? There are at least 100 of them. Then how many good people have you saved? Countless, right? Yes. She nodded happily. Are you happy? Yes. Yes. Wanting to be known for doing good is hypocrisy. Hiding one's identity and reputation is true kindness. Yes. Do you also feel disgusted when you kill people? Yes, it's too disgusting. But think about it. How many people are living good lives because you've killed evil people? Can't you suffer a little disgust for so many people? Of course you can. So, even if it's disgusting, we have to kill evil people and do good deeds. Yes. The first stage of Wu Jueqing's apprenticeship was declared a success. At this stage, if Chu Yang heard this, he would definitely fight this old fellow to the death. If anyone in the Chu clan heard this, they would also immediately take Chu Er away, far away from his teacher. Therefore, this was the real reason why Wu Jueqing brought his disciple out for training even before his injuries had healed. And this reason of his was exactly the right person to instill it into. Chu Lu'er was extremely intelligent. How could she be fooled by ordinary tricks? But she had been tormented by illness since she was young. Her heart had long become as firm as a rock amidst the boundless pain. Her willpower had long been tempered by the boundless despair. Perhaps an ordinary little girl of her age would be so scared that she would tremble when she saw someone else killing a chicken. But to Chu Lu'er, personally killing a few people, and evil people at that, the psychological pressure wasn't great at all. As for Wu Jueqing's indoctrination, it was actually enough just to open the channel. Chu Lu'er also felt that what Wu Jueqing said after that was what she wanted to say. Wu Jueqing was naturally obstinate and self-opinionated, but Chu Lu'er's love and hate were even more distinct to the point of being sick. In Chu Lu'er's heart, this distinction was even clearer and more precise than her teacher's. You harm people, why can't I kill you? Am I supposed to keep you around to harm others? Chu Yang is my elder brother, and also the person who treats me the best in this world. You scolded him and wanted to kill him. Then, even if you're a good person, I will still kill you. What's more, you are a bad person. Chapter 1292. Chu Luer was indignant. Now that I'm alive, why can't I live my own life? Do what I want to do the most. Why do I have to be restrained? I'll naturally be very happy if you praise me, but I don't care if you scold me. You scold me, I'll kill mine. As long as my brother, father, and mother don't scold me. Isn't that enough? To be alive is to be unrestrained. To be free and unrestrained. He wanted to be free and unrestrained. To do as one pleases. Whatever he wanted to do, he would do it. Only then can one live up to one's great life and youth. Wu Jueqing began the second stage of teaching. Lu'er, look at the way you're using poison. It's too wasteful. Poison is a gift from the heavens. Every kind of poison has its own unique value. Therefore, you can't use it carelessly. What do you mean, teacher? When we use poison, we have to use just the right amount, not a bit more, not a bit less. It's just enough to kill someone, yet it's not a waste. Let's say, if you can poison a chicken to death with one tail of grass, then wouldn't it be a waste if you use 2 tails of grass? You have to be careful with your spending. I see. There are many stages in using poison. The first stage, you just have to poison someone to death. Any kind of poison can be used. This is the lowest level, because you can't grasp the toxicity at all. The second stage is precision, which varies from person to person. The third stage is to use a poison that can only kill a martial king to kill a martial saint. This is a science. It concerns one's physique, cultivation technique, environment, state of mind, and so on. As for the fourth stage, it's to use a tonic to poison someone to death. Yes, when it comes to the fifth stage, it can be done at any time. That is, I can use a poison to kill someone to save someone, but I can use a poison to save someone to kill someone. When that time comes, you'll be both a divine doctor and a poison saint. Only then will you be considered to have truly entered the door. For example, me. You're now at the first stage. You have to hurry and advance to the second stage. You have to use a different kind of poison depending on the kind of person you're dealing with. For example, when you're dealing with a martial king, the tricolor poison is enough to send him to heaven, but you use the shadowless poison that can kill a martial saint. This is too wasteful. Besides, you're overestimating him too much. To die from such a high-level poison is too preferential. A lower 3 heavens duck. Yet you insist on capturing it and bringing it to Heaven Imperial Court. It was Gao who killed him. Master, you mean, as the saying goes, the kind of person plays with the kind of bird, and the kind of person uses the kind of poison. There must be a match. This way, it would be easier for him to control his poison arts. It won't be so messy. Yes, I understand, as long as you understand. For example, brothels and brothels. A romantic and a peddler definitely doesn't go to the same place. Cough, cough, I've misspoken. Actually, I never go to that kind of place. Yes, your disciple believes that Master will definitely not go, even once. Wu Jueqing covered his face and ran away in tears. To conduct oneself in this world, one must be open and above board. Poison Doctor Wu Jueqing said sanctimoniously. Therefore, when you kill someone, you must reveal your name. If that's the case, then my conscience is clear. Yes, I'm Chu Luer. Chu Luer said. Not good. Wu Jueqing frowned. The 3 words, Chu Luer. It was not imposing at all. You have to have a resounding nickname when you roam the Jianghu. This needs to be carefully planned. Yes, Master is right. Then let's discuss it. Both Master and disciple studied for a long time. After rejecting countless nicknames, a nickname that both Master and disciple were satisfied with finally appeared out of nowhere. Once this nickname appeared, it was because Miss Chu wanted to make a name for herself. It immediately became popular in the north and south of the Qing River and on both sides of the river. Miss Heavenly Poison. Along the way, there was a reign of terror. Miss Chu Luer's poison arts were getting more and more superb. The more she used them, the more proficient she became. Coming out of the Black Blood Forest, they went all the way to the Yi clan's territory. This journey was even crueler than Chu Yang's the last time. Everywhere they passed, there was a wave of mourning. The name Miss Heavenly Poison spread far and wide. The power of the limelight was simply unparalleled. All demons and monsters fled at the sight of her. Everyone knew that there was a ruthless and merciless young lady, known as the Miss Heavenly Poison, who was heading all the way north from the southeast. It was better for everyone to hide far away. If they angered this young miss, it would not be a joke. They really deserved to kill. She killed a whole bunch of people without even blinking her beautiful eyelashes ever since they entered the Yi clan's territory. There were more disputes and more people cursing the extraterrestrial demons. Therefore, the number of people who died in the hands of Miss Heavenly Poison also increased. A few disciples of the Yi clan's affiliated clans heard that the Miss Heavenly Poison was as beautiful as a flower and actually had evil thoughts. Faced with a trap, the master and disciple naturally stepped into it. Then, the clans that set up the trap were unlucky. After these clans were ravaged, robbed, plundered, and threatened, they ran to the Yi clan overnight to complain. The Yi clan naturally had to stand up for their subordinates. Therefore, wave after wave of people came from weak to strong. Wu Jueqing thought that this was a great opportunity to train his disciple. Therefore, as long as no real experts of 5th grade martial saint and above appeared, the poison doctor would just stand by and watch. Chulu originally had martial saint cultivation. Now that her poison arts had improved greatly, it was naturally easy for her. Besides, the little girl didn't know what the Yi clan was. She had no qualms at all. As long as she could kill, she would kill them along the way. The matter became bigger and bigger. By the time the Yi clan also realized that they had kicked an iron plate this time, dozens of Yi clan experts had already died in the hands of the Miss Heavenly Poison. This even included 3 4th grade martial saints. Thus, the Yi clan sent out 2 1st grade supreme martial artists to lead the troops and prepare to capture and kill the Miss Heavenly Poison for revenge. But after the 2 1st grade supreme martial artists went out, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. In the past, there were still people who escaped back to report, but this time, even the people who reported were gone. Thus, they directly sent out 3 3rd grade supreme martial artists. In the end, this time, it was still uncertain. The matter was serious. How could the Yi clan take it lying down after suffering such a huge loss? Therefore, they sent out another 2 5th grade supreme martial artists. Just like before, they didn't return. This time, they panicked. But just as the Yi clan was mobilizing their troops and preparing to make a big move to avenge their previous humiliation, they received a letter from the northwest. Before the clan master finished reading the letter, the entire courtyard of the Yi clan headquarters suddenly became chaotic. Someone shouted in panic, "Oh no! The Miss Heavenly Poison has killed her way in." Wu Jueqing had always been fearless. What Yi clan? Why wasn't it over after provoking the master and disciple? In a fit of anger, she barged into the headquarters. She insisted on demanding an explanation. At this moment, everyone in the Yi clan who heard her was both angry and amused. This Miss Heavenly Poison was seriously too arrogant, wasn't she? We couldn't do anything to her even if she threw her weight around outside, but she actually barged into the Yi clan's headquarters to create trouble? This old man was really arrogant. She actually came to the Yi clan's headquarters to demand an explanation. She really didn't know how she died. With a single order, the Yi clan's experts surrounded the master and disciple in 3 layers. Thus, Lord Poison Doctor was enraged. With a shout and a wave of his hand, they fell all over the ground. In the end, this matter alarmed the number 1 elder master of the Yi clan, Yi Chunshan. Yi Chunshan was in seclusion. Hearing the commotion in the clan, he came out to take a look with a few guards and experts after a long period of silence. The moment he took a look, he was practically shocked. In an instant, he felt a huge headache coming on. My goodness, how did they offend this ancestor? And they even came to the clan to cause trouble? Even if Chunshan hadn't seen the experts of the past, he had seen portraits of them. How could he not recognize that this ancestor was Poison Dr. Wu Jueqing? Helpless, he hurriedly went forward and bowed. Elder Wu, what brings you to the Yi clan? There was nothing to say about this. In terms of seniority, Wu Jueqing was the previous tribulation, while Yi Chunshan was the son of the previous tribulation. This was a huge gap in seniority. The moment Yi Chunshin opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. The first elder master who had lived for 10,000 years was still calling him elder. Everyone in the Yi clan was dumbfounded. What did they provoke in a clan? Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes and said, "Your Yi clan is too insensible, constantly sending people to bully my disciple." The martial emperors went to the monarchs went to the martial saints, and then several batches. The martial saints couldn't take them down, so they simply sent out waves of supreme martial artists. This old man saw that it was too tiring for you to deploy troops time and time again. It was too troublesome, so this old man came knocking on your door. Yi Qinshin's face turned the color of pig liver at once. He glared angrily at his grandchildren. They really knew how to stir up trouble. The last time, they had provoked a great expert from beyond the void, and even their own son had died an unnatural death, along with more than 100 supreme martial artists of the clan. And now, they had directly provoked the poison doctor Wu Jueqing into the clan. Ordinary people would know to pick a soft target. But their great clan with 10,000 years of history actually didn't even pick a soft target to bully. What the heck? Wu Jueqing. Was this someone they could provoke into the clan? They would rather provoke Ning Tianya, Bulu Qing, Yuling Xue, Feng Yuro, and even the Dharma Supreme into the clan than bring Wu Jueqing into the clan. The moment this fellow appeared in the Yi clan, he was in the heart of the clan. With just a thought, there would be a plague in the surrounding hundreds of miles. "Elder, you must be joking." Yi Qinshin's face darkened. "Who provoked Elder Wu? Step forward and apologize yourselves." This deep shout was naturally extremely majestic, but no one stepped forward. Cough. "For those few who provoked me, this old man has already sent them to have tea with your father." Wu Jueqing said calmly, "I'm here this time. I'm afraid that all of you aren't prepared, so I'm here to accept your punishment. If all of you don't wish to punish me, then I'll have to demand an explanation." After a pause, he actually nodded affirmatively. This explanation must be demanded." The surrounding Yi clan members were rather dumbfounded. Wasn't this old fellow a little too arrogant? Even if you're a senior, but you've already killed all those who provoked you. We haven't even settled the score with you, yet you're actually here to demand an explanation? There were still 150 votes left before today's target of 400 votes. There were still 3 chapters left before the chapter 1 promised. There were still 5 hours left. I'm going to continue fighting. Chapter 1293. Yi Chunshin had a helpless look on his face. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he said, "Elder, even if I have more guts, I still wouldn't dare to punish you. Since you've already punished those ignorant people, why don't we just let it go? On account of the fact that we share the same roots." Upon hearing the words "share the same roots," Wu Jueqing's expression changed strangely. Strictly speaking, they really did share the same roots. They were both related to tribulation. Wu Jueqing's mentality had changed during this period of time. He also seemed to be less concerned about the past. When he heard this, all sorts of emotions actually welled up in him. With a sigh, he said, "Forget it. Since you've already said so, I won't go too far." Yi Chunshin thanked him profusely. "It's fine as long as the Yi clan compensates my little disciple for some of her losses." Wu Jueqing looked at Chu Lu lovingly. "My little disciple is a little girl, but she has always been timid and has always been doted on like a precious jewel. This time, you guys gave her quite a scare." A few people outside had strange looks on their faces. Given quite a scare? This little grand aunt used innate poison right off the bat. Who exactly was the one given quite a scare? Yi Chunshin burst into laughter. Of course. Someone opened the clan's treasure vault. This little. He spoke softly. He really didn't know how to address her. Even if he didn't go by age and seniority in the secular world, and only went by tribulation, Wu Jueqing was also from his grandfather's generation. Now that Wu Jueqing had taken in a younger brother, was he supposed to address her as grand aunt? Cough, you're being too arrogant. Just call her little sister. Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes. Upon hearing that Yi Chunshun was so good at handling matters and actually opened the treasure vault directly, Wu Jueqing also felt that he had some face, so he didn't make things difficult for him. Otherwise, he would make this elder master of the Yi clan address Chu, a 14-year-old girl, as grand aunt in front of his descendants. It wasn't as if they, the poison doctor, couldn't do such a thing. Bring this little sister to choose some things that she likes. Yi Chunshan felt relieved. But what if I like a lot of things? Chu Luer looked at Wu Jueqing pitifully. Wu Jueqing frowned at once. That's right. He doesn't have any storage equipment either. Prepare a storage ring of the largest size for this little sister. Before Wu Jueqing could finish speaking, Yi Chunshan had already started making arrangements. Since this extortion had already been finalized, it would be better to be straightforward and get lenient treatment. You're still young. You're worthy of being a descendant of tribulation. How sensible. Wu Jueqing praised. Yi Chunshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already 10,000 years old, and he was being called little by others. Yet, they actually praised him. How sensible. I'm too sensible. Jur had a harmless and pitiful look on her face as she followed him to the Yi clan's treasure vault with a red face to pick out the spiritual compensation for her loss. Yi Chunshan eagerly entertained her. She invited Wu Jueqing into the living room and personally accompanied him, serving him carefully. Outside, the confused experts of the Yi clan gradually dispersed. Seeing that the corpses of the people who had been poisoned had turned black, they were somewhat puzzled. Why didn't the ancestor ask this old man for the antidote? But they didn't know. Yi Chunshan deeply understood this poison doctor's personality. Since he had personally poisoned them, then it was best not to ask for the antidote. It was useless even if he did. They would definitely die. Some people were indignant and asked about this old man's background. Those who understood said a few words solemnly. 30,000 years ago, one of the tribulations. Poison doctor Wu Jueqing, supreme martial artist Chun Feng's only successor. These few words. It shocked those who didn't know the truth so much that they staggered. Good heavens! Helping the affiliated clans to vent their anger, they actually kicked the biggest iron plate in the world. At this moment, everyone even had the thought of exterminating those affiliated clans. No wonder the ancestor was so polite. With Wu Jueqing in a clan, it was practically an unsolvable situation. Even if they were surrounded and killed outside, there was still some hope of escaping with the help of the high winds and dry environment, or if they were lucky and set up the right arrangements, they could still kill this old fellow. But in their own home, unless they didn't want their grandchildren to live anymore. Yi Chunshan and Wu Jueqing drank tea. After a long while, they finally saw Chu Lu enter shyly and weakly. She stood obediently behind Wu Jueqing. Wu Jueqing burst into laughter. Without asking what his disciple had taken, he took his leave at once. Yi Chunshan couldn't have asked for more. He hurriedly sent them off. After sending the old and young pair out, Yi Chunshan prepared to continue his seclusion. Was he supposed to give his grandchildren a good scolding over something like this? Let bygones be bygones. The warden who had led Chu into the treasury was ashen-faced and evasive. In a moment of curiosity, he asked, "What did that little girl take?" Large beads of sweat trickled down the warden's face. He stammered, She took the sovereign sword, the bloom and fade flower, a piece of soul of the purple crystal, 2 jade snow spirit ginseng, a piece of golden essence jade, a set of heavenly moonlight treasure, and 7 to 8 11th grade and 12th grade spirit beast cores. What? Even with 10,000 years of composure, Yi Chunshan couldn't help but hold his forehead and sway. Beside him, the 2 middle-grade supreme martial artists who had accompanied him in his seclusion also couldn't help but widen their eyes. These were all heirlooms of the Yi clan. Every single one of them was hard to come by. It could be said that even the most inferior of them was a top-notch heavenly treasure that could shock the heavens. The sovereign sword was a peerless divine weapon. One only needed to infuse it with origin energy, and it could cut through metal like mud. Moreover, it had a majestic and beautiful appearance, and the blade was flexible and tough. When not in use, it could be wrapped around one's waist like a belt. Legend had it that this sword was made by a ruler beyond the heavens. It had accidentally fallen into the heavenly plane. The Yi clan had always treasured it and didn't dare to show it to others. Who would have thought that this sword would change hands even before it became profitable in the Yi clan? The bloom and fade flower bloomed once every 5,000 years. The moment the flower bloomed, it immediately withered. After it withered, it lost all its effects. Only when plucked at the moment of its bloom would it become a peerless divine medicine. The bloom and fade flower could preserve one's youth and soul forever. There was no need to talk about the soul of the purple crystal and the jade snow spirit ginseng. The gold essence jade was a rare treasure from beyond the heavens. It was soft to the touch and light as if it was weightless. Just like red cloud steel, it was 100 times more valuable. It could be used to forge weapons and was indestructible. Moreover, it could merge with the spirit and become a spiritual divine weapon. The heavenly moonlight treasure was the essence of the moon formed by pure moonlight in a certain specific space. Even the Yi clan, who owned it, had never studied its effects. They only knew that it was an amazing item, but didn't know what it was used for. As for the 7th to 8th, 11th grade and 12th grade spirit beast cores, any one of them was an astronomical amount of wealth. One must know that the Yi clan had existed for 10,000 years, and they had only collected these few cores. And now, they had changed hands as he thought about these things. Even with Yi Qinshan's magnanimity, he still felt waves of pain in his heart. He had originally thought that the little girl was weak and obedient. Moreover, she was young and might not have much experience and insight. She had only gone to pick a few things that girls liked, which weren't worth much anyway. He had just taken it as coaxing a child. Besides, looking at how shy the little girl was at that time, it was still a question whether she would have the nerve to take them. Who would have thought that she would directly put a huge dragon in the shiny treasure vault? He recalled Wu Jueqing's evaluation of himself. So sensible. Yi Qinshan couldn't help but agree. I'm indeed too sensible. So sensible that even I want to slap myself a few times, sigh. It's also my fault. I was too generous. Yi Qinshan groaned and sighed. Why didn't you keep these things properly? She shouldn't have been able to see them. The warden's face was ashen as he dropped to his knees. It's my great-great-grandson who deserves to die. That rascal. That bastard. She. The moment she entered the treasure vault, she poisoned the three of us with shadowless poison and innate poison. Yi Qinshan's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Shadowless poison? Innate poison? That weak little girl? She didn't listen to our introductions at all. She poisoned us the moment she entered. Then she said there would be a competition among the three of us. Whoever brought the best item will be given the antidote first. Then, the one with the worst condition wouldn't be given the antidote. The warden's face was ashen. She wasn't picky at all. Great-grandson. This. That. Does she even need to be picky? With the three of you who know the treasure vault the best to pick for her, what was there for her to be picky about? Yi Qinshan sucked in a few breaths of cold air, as though he had a toothache. His face was full of black lines as he muttered to himself. Such a weak and delicate little girl whom I can't help but feel pity for. A black-hearted and incomparably greedy demoness whose entire body is filled with poison. Hiss, the three of you, go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment. I'm going into seclusion. With a flick of his sleeves, Yi Qinshan left. Cold sweat broke out on the warden's face. When he saw that the elder master had gone far away, he slapped himself twice and muttered to himself, "There's no the three of you anymore. I'm the only one left now." The little grand aunt isn't satisfied with the items that those two brought. The poison has already taken effect, and their bodies are stiff. They said that they'll only recover after a month. The Yi clan passed down a strict order. Within the territory of the Yi clan, no matter what the heavenly poison eldest miss did, everyone was to support her. Whoever dared to provoke the heavenly poison eldest miss would be punished according to the clan rules. However, the reason for this was closely guarded. Firstly, it was really embarrassing if this matter got out. Secondly, it would be so unfair if the Yi clan was the only one at a disadvantage. No matter what, Wu Jueqing had to bring his disciple to the other clans to pay their respects, right? Wu Jueqing and his disciple were leisurely. They set off from the Yi clan's encampment and headed toward the northwest. Along the way, there were naturally quite a number of law enforcement officers discussing the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. However, all of them were mercilessly punished by Chu when the law enforcement officers failed to take revenge on many occasions and lost their composure gradually. The Dharma Supreme finally received an eagle message. He immediately passed down an order. No one was to provoke this old and young pair. What kind of person was the Dharma Supreme? The moment he received the intelligence, he immediately concluded that this old man was most likely Wu Jueqing. Chapter 1294. Now, the Dharma Supreme couldn't wait to hide from Wu Jueqing. How would he dare to approach him? At least, before that divine technique was mastered, the Dharma Supreme could only hide as far away from Wu Jueqing as possible, Moreover, after hearing that Wu Jueqing and his disciple were heading to the northwest, the Dharma Supreme had originally wanted to go to the northwest personally to take a look, but he also dismissed the idea. Moon Breeze and the rest guessed that Wu Jueqing's trip this time was to settle scores with the Dharma Supreme, but unexpectedly, Wu Jueqing actually didn't have such intentions. He started to teach his disciple wholeheartedly. He actually didn't seem to take the Dharma Supreme's deception and betrayal to heart. If word of this attitude were to spread, those who knew of the situation back then would probably be in disbelief. Was this still Wu Jueqing? All of you are not me. You don't know my happiness. Wu Jueqing thought to himself, looking at a young genius who was brimming with talent, gradually emitting a brilliance that shocked the heavens under his guidance. Such a sense of accomplishment couldn't even compare to killing 10,000 Dharma Supremes. Not to mention the Dharma Supreme and his disciple heading all the way to the northwest. Not to mention Minister Chu, who was still trapped underground, was already in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, he had already been underground for a month, and he had been working day and night. Calculating the distance, he had probably already dug out more than 4,000 miles. But for safety's sake, Chu Yang still decided to dig a little more. Anyway, he had already been underground for a month. What did it matter if he stayed for another month? If he went out now, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and that would be really not worth it. Chu Yang's forbearance was fully displayed in this 1 month underground. His tenacity shocked the 8 old fellows who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Normal people couldn't possibly stay in a dark and humid place for a month and still have to do high-intensity work nonstop. Even the 8 of them couldn't stand it anymore. But it was precisely during this period of time that Chu Yang alone made this 1 month's dark and humid. Or pranks, or jokes, or pretending to be deep and comforting, and then suddenly laughing and saying that you had been deceived, or tempted by food, or tempted by wine, or often, the day before, he would announce that there was no more food. It was only enough for the last day. In the future, everyone could only starve. Therefore, everyone treasured the food at night. But the next day, when everyone was preparing to find something to eat underground, such as earthworms, Chu Yang would look on with folded arms and sigh again and again. They waited until they had dug out a few earthworms. Each and every one of them would look at the squirming earthworms and retch at the thought of eating these things raw. Chu Yang would suddenly say, as if he had discovered a new continent, "Oh, by the way, I didn't finish what I was going to say yesterday. There's no more dry food, but I still have some meat here, and it was cooked before." At that moment, everyone was so happy that they almost wanted to tear that hateful smile off his face and wipe his ass. After drinking for a few days, the wine was finally finished. Seeing Chu Yang throw out more than 10 wine jars, everyone finally lost all hope. It's really gone. But in the evening, when everyone was silently preparing to eat, Chu Yang would sigh and say, "Sigh, there's no more wine." Everyone was silent. "Sigh, I originally thought that this wine would last until we get out, but it's still not enough. I miscalculated." Everyone was speechless. "Sigh, there are still a few better jars in the ring. I was going to keep them for myself to drink secretly. Looks like it won't work." So everyone's eyes widened. "Do you want a drink?" At this time, Chu Yang's eyes were full of mischief. Therefore, everyone scolded and beat this guy up again. Then, they threatened him and took out the wine with a swollen face. Every time it happened, everyone didn't feel that they were underground at all, but in heaven. Every time, there was no dry food. There was meat. There was no leopard meat. There was bear meat and other meat. There was no more wine after drinking for a few days, so they took out better ones. After there was no more wine, they could actually take it out again. It was the cruelest time. When Chu Yang said that there was no more wine, no one believed him. But there was really no more wine at night. There was still no more wine tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, everyone accepted their fate. There was really no more wine. But the day after tomorrow, Chu Yang would say very embarrassedly, "I looked through the ring and found a jar of old wine." Often, Chu Yang would be beaten up even more miserably at this time. These kinds of actions were all mischief. If it was in the outside world and repeated over and over again, everyone would probably be tired of it and hate it. But in this dark and lightless underground, everyone was living a very happy life by relying on Chu Yang's endless pranks. There were new tricks every day. Everyone deliberately made themselves stupid and didn't think about anything at all. They were fooled by Chu Yang's mischief. Anyway, this little guy was still going to be beaten up by us. It was not a loss. As the days went by, the 8 people really admired Chu Yang more and more. Where did this guy get such a strong mental cultivation? His tenacity was too strong. Of course, they couldn't just work when they had nothing to do. During this period of time, everyone bragged about their life experiences. At first, it was okay, and everyone listened with great interest. But later, they couldn't avoid repeating it. So, the people at the front bragged, and the people at the back exposed their shortcomings. "Hey, that's not right. Didn't you say that your enemy was stuffed into the latrine and suffocated to death? How come it became death by 1,000 cuts now? There's a loophole. Didn't you say that your second great-aunts, father-in-laws, uncles, aunts, second cousins, uncles, eldest sons, sister-in-laws, in-laws, sister-in-law, is a saint-level master? How come she's now a restaurant owner? Hiss, that's not right. Your second great-aunt should be a woman. How can a woman have a father-in-law?" At this time, there was often a quarrel. The one who was exposed argued with a red face and neck, and the others uniformly despised. When it was Chu Yang's turn, Chu Yang said, "Let me tell you about my personal experience." So everyone listened with respectful attention. Chu Yang said, "I remember that in my previous life, I was also called Chu Yang. I lived until I was dozens of years old and was killed. Then I suddenly found out that in this life, everyone held their bellies and covered their mouths to laugh until they rolled on the ground." This guy really knew how to brag. He actually talked about the previous life, this life. Why didn't he talk about the next life? Chu Yang also laughed. His laughter was very carefree and very ridiculous. After talking for a while, the topic of their future was brought up. "I'm really curious. Why did Boss Lang ask us to resign and wander the martial world after we go back?" Interrogation Officer 1 was a little confused. No matter how powerful the Tribulation Sword Master is, he can't possibly kill law enforcement officers, right? Chu Yang said in surprise, "Your state of mind is wrong. No matter who you suspect, you can't suspect your boss. Tell me yourselves, were Master Lang's last words for your own good?" The 4 nodded in unison. "There's no doubt about that." "Yes," Chu Yang said, "think about it again. For 100,000 years, all those who went against the Tribulation Sword Master, which one of them had a good ending? There really wasn't. On this point, anyone could be sure of it. The law enforcement officers are powerful now, but who knows how powerful the Tribulation Sword Master is? If the Tribulation Sword Master was defeated instead, then Wouldn't that be defying the natural order? How can there be such a thing? Chu Yang said, so the Tribulation Sword Master will definitely win. The law enforcement officers will definitely lose. That's true. So, if you continue to stay among the law enforcement officers, won't that be equivalent to waiting for death? Chu Yang guided them patiently. But if we don't do this, what can we do? Interrogation Officer 1 was very distressed. Apart from fighting and killing, we brothers don't have any other skills. Besides, the whole continent will be in turmoil. Even if we live in seclusion, where can we live in seclusion? Chu Yang said righteously. You can find me in the southeast. I'm not as strong as Ning Tianya, Bulu Qing, Yuling Xue, Feng Yuro, and Wu Ju Etching. As long as I don't deliberately cause trouble, even the Tribulation Sword Master can't do anything to me, right? Interrogation Officer 1's eyes lit up at once. Besides, as a force, there must be a criminal organization, and I lack people like you on my side. If you come on my side, it's also a torture chamber, and it's foolproof. You can even avoid all the storms in the world. Why not? Chu Yang said earnestly, this is my good intentions. I sincerely invite all of you to join me. Of course, if Master Lang didn't say this, I wouldn't poach you either. But Master Lang's last words, are you not going to listen to them? Interrogation Officer 1 was very moved. This was really a good idea, to kill two birds with one stone. This idea is really not bad. Interrogation Officer 2 looked at Interrogation Officer 1, rather moved. Yes, go elsewhere. It's also very hard to find someone like Brother Chu. Interrogation Officer 4, who had always been a man of few words, also urged at this moment. Interrogation Officer 1 frowned and pondered. If all of you agree, after we've avenged Master Lang, we'll bring our brothers to the southeast? All right, Wan Rinja said at the side. Then we'll also go to the southeast then. Yes, it'll be great if everyone gathers together. Everyone agreed. They rubbed their palms together. Chu Yang chuckled secretly. Yes, poaching plan. Initial success. Since there was no need to worry about food and drink, and the future was set, everyone was full of enthusiasm. The following progress actually sped up quite a bit. Day after day passed. Yet another thing happened that shocked and surprised everyone to the point that it was unbelievable. After digging stones and digging holes for 1.5 months in this dark tunnel, 1.5 months, each and every one of them actually discovered that they were actually about to break through. What was going on? The first to discover this was, of course, Chu Yang. Yeah, there's something wrong with my cultivation. It's actually getting restless. Could it be that I'm about to break through to second-grade supreme martial artist? Once Chu Yang said that, everyone who felt that they were full of energy during this period of time also checked. Once they saw it, each and every one of them instantly exclaimed in surprise. Now my fingers are trembling. I will continue to write the next update. G. Chapter 1295. Everyone realized that their cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, the internal energy in their bodies was vast and mighty, and they could break through any time. That originally unbreakable bottleneck actually seemed to have mottled cracks appearing on it. How could this be? Could it be that digging underground could actually increase one's cultivation? Everyone was puzzled. The most puzzled one was naturally Chu Yang. Wow, digging underground actually increased one's cultivation by one supreme martial artist? This. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. Could it be true? Instantly, everyone looked at this dark underground tunnel and these heavy stones, their eyes burning with passion. Digging underground could actually increase one's cultivation. Of course, they couldn't break through here. Once they did, there would be a big commotion, so everyone could only suppress it. But everyone was absolutely sure that the bottleneck had already been broken. Once they got out, they would immediately become a second-grade supreme martial artist. Excited, everyone's spirits were high. Immediately, they dug underground desperately. Chu Yang laughed in his heart, but his face was serious. There was naturally a reason for their cultivation to increase tremendously. Chu Yang very carefully mixed a small cup of Shuel Leihan's celestial wine evenly with the wine they drank these days. Even if he tasted it carefully, he couldn't tell. But their cultivation was getting stronger day by day. It had been almost 2 months. It wasn't strange for their cultivation to increase by 1 level. Especially, a few of them were on the verge of breaking through. What Chu Yang didn't expect was that in the future, in the end, these few people went to the southeast. For the time being, there was no war, and their cultivation couldn't break through. These few guys actually started a frenzy of digging underground. This led to the underground of the flat mountain ridge leading to all directions. When Chu Yang returned to the flat mountain ridge one day, only then did he realize that the underground of the flat mountain ridge had already become an underground maze. Countless tunnels meandered, crisscrossing here and there, just like a spider web. Cough. Let's not talk about this later. This field mouse worked diligently underground, unaware of the changes in time. Finally, one day, Wei Wuyan reported, "We've been digging for 2.5 months." Chu Yang was stunned. Based on the average of 130 miles per day, how much have we dug? 2.5 months. That's 75 days. 130 miles per day. It should be more than 7,000 miles, right? Wan Renjia said with uncertainty. Really stupid to the extreme. Cheng Duying said contemptuously, "You don't even know such simple arithmetic. It's clearly 8,400 miles." Wan Renjia suddenly understood. Oh. Interrogation Officer 1 frowned. Something's not right. Bao Bu Huan held a small stone in his hand and anxiously calculated on the wall. The stone wall made a scratching sound. 130 plus 130 plus 130 plus 130 plus 130 plus 130, as he calculated. Bao Bu Huan's heart skipped a beat. That's too much. I feel dizzy just looking at it. Of course, Chu Yang was the most knowledgeable one among them. After calculating in his mind, he slapped his thigh and said, "You bunch of idiots. I was too excited and overdid it." Everyone was flabbergasted. If we calculate from Chu Ling to the northwest, it's only 7,700 li. But if we calculate from 130 li, in 75 days, we've dug out 550 li. It's a whopping 2,800 kilometers. It's 2,550 miles. Wei Wuyan corrected. Die on one side. Chu Yang shouted angrily. Wei Wuyan rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. He's angry out of humiliation. Everyone roared with laughter. All right, Chu Yang raised his hand to stop them. Let's get ready to go out. Those who haven't stayed here long enough can stay here. The next moment, everyone shook their heads in unison. If that's the case, a flower-like smile gradually bloomed on Chu Yang's muddy face. It was just that, against the backdrop of the mud, it was like a chrysanthemum flower. It was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum flower. Begin the operation. Oh, everyone let out a strange cry. Finally, they were going to see the light of day again. And it was a very safe time to see the light of day again. Ling Hanyu had already stayed here for more than a year. Ever since he got the news that there might be a calamity in the Li clan and all the clans started to take action, Ling Hanyu volunteered to lead a team here. After coming here, he started to carry out harassment tactics. For a long period of time, it was very effective. Originally, when he came here, he was at the back of the Li clan. Now, he gradually entered and had already taken over the Li clan's sphere of influence. The few affiliated clans were all uprooted. Every time he thought of this, Ling Hanyu always felt very proud. Ling Hanyu was definitely not a cultivation maniac. His aptitude was one of the best among the younger generation of the Ling clan, but he was also famous for his laziness. Therefore, all his brothers were already at the martial saint level. Some of the faster ones were already at the supreme level, but he was still at the monarch level. However, although his martial prowess was not high, his methods of doing things were thunderous and ruthless, and he was very utilitarian. He was an exception. Everyone thought that suppressing the Li clan was for the Calamity Swordmaster, but not only suppressing the Li clan but also opening up new territory for the clan. I'm the meritorious one. Ling Han Yu stood under a tree with his hands in his sleeves, looking at the winding mountain ranges and ravines in front of him. The white snow covered everything, and he was somewhat proud of himself. The conditions now looked tough, but once the clan's power is stabilized, who can compare to my contributions to the clan when it comes to rewards? With the merits and sacrifices here, it will be very beneficial for the position of clan master. The clan usually only chooses the clan master based on long-term planning and wisdom. Martial prowess is not very important. Instead of neglecting sleep and food to study martial arts for a lifetime, how can it compare to holding great power and living a carefree life? As for the Li clan suddenly going crazy and killing so many people from the Ling clan, so what? What should be sacrificed will be sacrificed. Without sacrifice, where will I get the bargaining chip? It's better if the Li clan is even crazier. I want to hold great power and control the clan. I won't be like that fool Ling Han will. For a woman, he suffered for a lifetime and even lost his life in the end. To me, women are just decorations and playthings. That's all. In history, who has ever been mesmerized by a woman's charms? Ling Han Yu was full of self-satisfaction, his eyes full of pride. In the eyes of the crowd, Fourth Master Ling seemed to be mourning for the souls of the fallen heroes, but no one knew what he was truly thinking. Ling Han Yu always chose this cemetery to meditate, and everyone felt that Ling Han Yu was a loyal and righteous person. He was really a good leader. Right at this moment, Ling Han Yu's expression changed, because the terrain in front of him seemed to have changed. There seemed to be movement underground. What was going on? Ling Han Yu's eyes widened. The next moment, on the snowy ground about 10 feet in front of him, a hand suddenly reached out with a poof. A hand that was black and covered in mud. It curled up in the air, and its joints actually made two cracking sounds. Ling Han Yu's vision turned black, and he almost fainted on the spot. Think about it. On an evening when the sun was setting, he was alone in the cemetery. Right at this moment, a hand suddenly came out from underground without any warning. Damn it. Did it have to be so scary? Especially someone like Ling Han Yu who had a guilty conscience. He was using the dead to create prestige for himself. Yet at this moment, Ling Han Yu was scared out of his wits. He wanted to turn around and escape. But at this moment, his feet were nailed to the ground as if they had grown roots. He actually couldn't move at all. Right at this moment, a voice actually came from underground. I smell the scent of the human world. Wow, it feels so good. I smell it too. It's really different from underground. Damn it, it's so uncomfortable to be underground for so long. When I get out, I must have a big meal. I'll eat whatever I see. I'll eat whatever's still alive. Such a conversation was clearly transmitted into Ling Han Yu's ears. In an instant, Ling Han Yu only felt cold all over, and his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what time it was. Smell the scent of the human world? Then weren't you in the human world before? Where were you then? Different from underground? Have a big meal? Eat whatever you see? Then what if you see me? Ling Han Yu's great ambition disappeared without a trace. His whole body was trembling like a sieve, and he only felt the front and back of his lower body aching. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his crotch. Fuck, what's that smell? The monster underground complained. It can't be that we dug into a toilet, right? We can't be so unlucky, right? Another monster said. Fuck, won't we know if we go up and take a look? What if a big pile of feces comes down from above? That thing isn't easy to bear. Hearing this, Ling Han Yu spurted out the front and back of Ling Han Yu's lower body. Oh my God, it's really that. You go up first. No, it's better that you go up first. On the ground, that lone black hand, along with half of its jet black arm, was shaking violently. Ling Han Yu sat down on the ground and was directly bewitched. A voice scolded, "Let's go out together." Then, in the next moment, under Ling Han Yu's dumbfounded gaze, a black human head popped out from the graveyard with a whoosh. His face was completely black, and his hair was all stuck together. His appearance was grotesque, and only his two eyeballs were black and white. The head popped out and instantly met the eyes of Ling Hanyu, who was sitting on the ground. Fuck, you gave me a big scare. There's still a living person here. The lonely human head on the ground said. Then, the lonely hand on the other side actually waved and asked, Little, who are you? I'm Mother. Mother. Ling Hanyu burst into tears. Suddenly, his snot and tears flowed down. Don't eat me. The human head stared at this little one in surprise and suddenly flew into a rage. Who are you calling Mother? A voice below said in surprise. There's such a thing. Then, with a whoosh, another human head popped out from the side. The two human heads stood side by side on the ground, looked at Ling Hanyu, and commented, This little one called you Mother? Ha ha, there's such a thing? Let me see, let me see. In an instant, heads popped out from the ground of the graveyard, one after another. Chapter 1296. Poof. One. Poof. Another. Poof. Ling Hanyu sat on the ground, unable to move at all, as if his body had been nailed to the ground. He wanted to close his eyes, but his eyelids refused to listen to his command and actually couldn't close them. He just stared with his eyes wide open. He stared with fear. Only something was flowing out uncontrollably from his crotch. Mom, there's one. There's a whole ghost. A whole one. Looking at the row of human heads in front of him, looking at this graveyard. It just so happened to be a grave. Could it be? Could it be? The next moment, next to each of the human heads, a jet black arm stretched out in unison. All 5 fingers were jet black, the joints cracking as they pointed at Ling Hanyu at the same time. Ling Hanyu's eyes widened to their limits. The next moment, he fainted softly, too. Terrifying. He had fainted so naturally he didn't hear what this person said. Damn, it's so smelly. Interrogation Officer 1. This person was so scared by you that he peed and pooped. Who is this person? I don't know. Looking at his attire, he looks like someone from the Ling clan, and his status isn't low either. Someone from the Ling clan? And his status isn't low either? Just like that, he peed? Ha ha. There was a burst of laughter. Immediately, Chu Yong urged, Quick, quick, get out. Don't just show your head. I understand why this person is so scared. So that's why. And this is a graveyard. Everyone was speechless. What a coincidence. With a whoosh, Chu Yong took the lead and jumped out. Then, like pulling out carrots, everyone jumped out one by one. The others all hid far away. So Interrogation Officer 1 naturally grabbed Ling Hanyu without hesitation. They had to figure out where they were and what the situation was, right? And although this little one in front of them was a little smelly, he was also the most suitable candidate. Ling Hanyu felt like he had an extremely terrifying nightmare. In the dream, it was extremely terrifying. He woke up, but the moment he did, he felt that something was wrong with him. As if. He looked down. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Right in front of his chest, a big, jet black hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He looked up. Interrogation 1 lowered his head and grinned. Little one, what's your name? However, Ling Hanyu immediately saw his mouth full of white teeth and bent down. He's going to eat me. He's going to eat me. In an instant, his spirit collapsed and he let out a high-pitched scream. Then, his body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of green mucus from his mouth. Then, mouthful after mouthful of blood, his aura was weak. Then, he straightened his body and trembled. His eyes rolled back, his body trembled, and he stopped breathing. Interrogation 1 was stunned. What's wrong with this person? Chu Yong moved closer to take a look. He couldn't help but sigh. His gallbladder ruptured from fear. Extreme fear ruptured his heart. Interrogation Officer 1, you're amazing. You directly scared an expert to death, and an important figure of the Ling clan at that. Worthy of being a law enforcer, worthy of being from the torture hall. Sharp indeed. Interrogation Officer 1 was instantly dumbfounded. With a swing of his arm, he tossed Ling Hanyu out. Is there a need for that? Fuck such guts to actually come out and make a living in the pugilistic world. I really have to hand it to you. What kind of people have the Ling clan raised? You can't even get any information out of them. At this moment, Who are you, ghosts? Let go of our fourth master. A voice roared violently, but it sounded as if it was trying to boost his courage. He saw 7 people flying towards him at high speed. These people were Ling Hanyu's personal bodyguards. At first, they didn't dare to disturb the fourth master as he comforted the dead. They only watched from afar, but after a while, they felt that something was wrong. Because the fourth master suddenly sat down and was even mumbling for his mother. The tombstone blocked their line of sight, so they couldn't see at all that there were actually so many human heads on the ground they could only sigh inwardly. The fourth master's life was really tough. He lost his mother at a very young age. Now, he was reminded of the past. He thought of his mother. It was really pardonable. Sexual lovers. Then, the situation became even more wrong. To think that a dirty, burly man had actually appeared, and he grabbed the fourth master. Then, the fourth master let out a scream. Then there was no sound. What was going on? Looking at this eerie graveyard, everyone's hearts were pounding. The 7 of them gathered their courage and hurried over. Before they arrived, they were already exhaling. If they were really ghosts, with so many living people's yang energy, they would definitely be able to disperse them once the 7 of them came over. Over here, the 7 of them also went up to welcome them. Other than Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan, the other 7 all went up to welcome them in high spirits. It was really suffocating to death. In this underground place, 7 sounds rang out in succession. Before they could even move their limbs, the 7 of them were swiftly and neatly captured and brought to justice, so nimble that even Chu Yang was a little surprised. Damn it, even I, the author, didn't think of how to describe the moves, and they were already captured. It was really a little bullying. 7 supreme martial artists against 7 monarch level. This was no longer a battle. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a game. Looking at interrogation Officer 1 and the others interrogating each of them, Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. These were the people sent by the Ling clan. With such cultivation, they could actually force the Li clan to retreat step by step. Could this not be a dream? Even this supreme martial artist had to dig a tunnel to escape. But after escaping, he realized that the people he was worried about were being defeated by a group of monarch level. Damn it! Chu Yang cursed. He was extremely displeased. After a while, listening to Interrogation Officer 1 and the others' reports, Chu Yang also gradually sorted out some thoughts. Regarding the interrogation of Wan Rinjia and the others, Chu Yang didn't even listen to them. In this aspect, who could be more experienced than the interrogation officers? These people weren't the main force of the Ling clan. Ling Hanyu was only the highest commander here in name, representing the clan. In reality, there was someone else. However, the highest level commander was only a saint-level martial saint. After all, it was just harassment. The Li clan did indeed have concerns. Although to the Li clan, any supreme martial artist wasn't enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. But they were still wary of taking action. Because, other than the Zhuge clan, the rest of the people sent by the 8 super clans were all such people. If you touched them, you would be declaring war, and the 8 super clans were waiting for war. If you dare to touch them? Of course not. Therefore, the situation here was very delicate. After listening to all the reports, Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time before he said decisively, "Now, let's deal with the tunnel first. Don't let anyone find out. Take a bath. Change your clothes. Change into the Li clan's clothes. So on and so on. Then we'll part ways. Okay, let's just leave before we leave. Let's give the Li clan a big gift." Half a day later, when the Ling clan realized that the 4th master had gone to daydream again and hadn't returned for a long time, they sent people out to look for him. They found 8 corpses. On the corpses on the Ling clan's iconic white robes, for words were written in blood. "Get out of the northwest." Other than that, there were no other clues. Under the cold moonlight, under the pure white snow, in a graveyard. These 4 words were written on the corpses. The warning was indescribable. Li clan. The slender eyes of the Ling clan expert shone brightly. The Li clan has finally made their move. Send a message to the clan immediately and report the news of the 4th master's death. asked the second batch of supreme martial artist experts to come and help quickly. Everyone, retreat 150 miles and be on high alert. Yes, this night was destined to be an unusual one. The conflict with the Li clan a while ago caused the people of the various clans to retreat 50 miles. Their nerves for battle were at their most tensed moment. The Li clan had made their move again. The moment they made their move, they were supreme martial artists. It was said that the Ling clan was the first to suffer. Next was the Shi clan. The Shi clan was ambushed by 3 supreme martial artists and suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, Shi Chengshu, a direct descendant of the Shi clan, was killed. The Long clan was ambushed by supreme martial artists. More than 30 people were killed or injured. They received a warning from the other party. Get out of the northwest. Otherwise, kill them all. The Yi clan, the Shao clan, none of the 8 super clans were spared. This night, blood flowed like a river. The law enforcement officers' camp was also ambushed. The number of law enforcement officers in the northwest was exceptionally high. The Li clan seemed to have identified the law enforcement officers, and their killers were brutal. Furthermore, it was said that someone among them said, even if the Dharma Supreme comes personally, he must get out of the northwest. This sentence was extremely powerful. It made the law enforcement officers go crazy. The border area of the northwest was in an uproar. Countless spiritual beasts flew into the sky, bringing with them a sense of suffocation as they flew in all directions. This was already the second emergency message. 3 days later, the same attack happened again. At this time, the reinforcements of the various super clans had not arrived yet. Of course, they were defeated again. Furthermore, the losses were even greater. After a night of fleeing, the various super clans realized that they had returned to the starting point. The entire Northwest, the territories that had been taken over by them during this period of time, had returned to the Li clan. Furthermore, they were vaguely expanding outwards. Out of the 500 law enforcement officers, 378 of them had died, leaving only the remnants of the defeated troops. The Li clan was indeed scheming something. Furthermore, to be able to make such a move, they must have something to rely on. Furthermore, after the Li clan chased the various super clans out, they immediately gathered them back. The Li clan actually didn't send anyone to guard the large areas of land that had been given up by the various super clans. However, a bloody line was clearly drawn in front of the stone tablet of the various super clans' distribution of power. It was obvious that this was just a demonstration. All the super clans, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. If you cross this line again, you will definitely die. The spiritual beast flew into the sky again and flew to all directions of the continent. The Li clan was too arrogant. Your clan has supreme martial artists, don't ours. It was another night. It's about time. Chu Yang stood on a small hill and said softly, all of you should go back now. Sorry for the late update. After I finished writing last night, I fell asleep in a state of exhaustion. Until this afternoon, if not for Shotsai's call, I'm afraid I would still be asleep. When I woke up, my limbs were weak. It took me a long time to adjust. Very helpless. Everyone is used to my frequent updates. My outbursts have become the most effective way to get monthly votes. If I don't outburst, there will be no votes. If I want monthly votes, I have to outburst, and it must be a huge outburst, huh? I laughed bitterly. This is the first update. I will continue to write the second update. Today, there will be more outbursts, begging for votes. Chapter 1297. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat reluctant to part with each other. During this period of time, they had gone through hardships together, especially when they relied on each other. That period of time was dark, but in their hearts, it was the most memorable period of time, because this period of time was the purest. Even the occasional scheming between them was gone. There was only the purest mutual support. Now that they were suddenly separated, everyone felt a little upset. I'll settle the law enforcement matters as soon as possible. Interrogation Officer 1 said solemnly. Then I'll go to the southeast to look for you. Don't forget what I said, Chu Yang smiled. Of course. Chu Yang said, there's one more thing that you have to be careful about. After all, although you're carrying out Master Lang's last wish, to a certain extent, you're also betraying the law enforcement officers. We know. Interrogation Officer 1 and the other 3 nodded solemnly. Have a safe journey. Wan Rinjia said. Chung Duiying, Wei Wuyin, and Bao Buhuan cupped their fists at the same time. Interrogation Officer 1 slowly raised his hands and cupped his fists. Take care, brothers. After that, he looked at Wei Wuyin. Old Wei, don't die. You can't bear to part with your wife and children, but we can't bear to part with you either. Wei Wuyin's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. Have a safe journey. Take care. See you next time. Let's get drunk. The 4 of them laughed heartily and turned around to leave. Like a gust of wind blowing across the earth, they disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chu Yang, Wei Wuyin, and the others stood on the hill and watched the 4 figures slowly disappear into the horizon. They didn't speak. Brother Wei, what do you think? Chu Yang said slowly without turning back. Wan Rinjia and the other 2 looked at each other and quietly retreated. They knew that Chu Yang and Wei Wuyin had something to talk about. If they stayed here, of course it would work, but they still needed to take care of Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin was silent. How are your days in the underworld? Chu Yang asked solemnly. Are there any hypocrites among this group of brothers? Wei Wuyin took a deep breath and said, Brother Chu, don't worry. I won't take the initiative to seek death. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a relieved smile. Oh, Wei Wuyin revealed a helpless smile. Actually, I can't bear to part with you guys too. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Wei Wuyin said, both of them are the pain in my heart forever. I really want to go. I'm scared. Without me by their side, even if it was the Netherworld's ghost domain, there would be evil spirits bullying their orphans and widows. I also want to see my wife. Tell her that I know, I understand. I'm stupid. I regret it. He smiled sadly, but other than that, I have brothers. They can't bear to part with me. I can't bear to part with them either. Wei Wuyin smiled bitterly. Now, I want to die, but I also don't want to die. It's very contradictory. But at the very least, he won't try to kill himself. Chu Yang felt relieved and said, It's good that you can think of this. Actually, in this world, there were many fake emperors like Hong Wuliang. There were also countless others. He had been deceived by them, and even his family had been destroyed. Old Wei, now that you have such thoughts, why don't you pay more attention to it? If you can help those who have the same fate as you and break the mask of the fake emperor, wouldn't that also be a merit? Wei Wuyin's eyes lit up. That's right. Wouldn't that be even better? No one knew how much Wei Wuyin hated fake emperors like Hong Wuliang. He couldn't wait to kill him. Chu Yang chuckled. In his heart, he was pondering what exactly Lang Yilong meant by those words of his. Right at this moment, he heard Wei Wuyin say, Chu Yang, although I won't think for myself, but I still have to ask you for that matter. If one day I die in battle, if you can make it in time, please bestow upon me the heavenly orchid. Chu Yang was a little speechless at once. He said, Don't worry. If one day you really die, then I will definitely fulfill your wish. Wei Wuyin felt relieved. He said, Thank you. A wave of discomfort suddenly swept across Chu Yang's heart, as if he had an ominous premonition. This ominous premonition made Chu Yang feel uneasy. He quickly made a decision. Brother Wan, Brother Wei, how about you disguise yourselves and return to the southeast? Chu Yang gathered the few of them and said, Return to the southeast? The 4 of them were startled. Yes, I'm going to do something extremely important next, Chu Yang said, but I'm worried about the 4 of you. After our provocation, a great battle is about to break out in this area. Besides, it has nothing to do with us at all. I'll only be at ease if all of you return to the southeast safely. Okay, Wan Rinjia agreed. After this period of interaction, Wan Rinjia also got rid of the knot in his heart. Originally, he felt that there were so many experts around Chu Yang, and that he and the others couldn't be of much help at all. His self-esteem was a little damaged, so he decided to just roam the martial world with Wei Wuyan. But thinking about this now, he felt a little ridiculous. When had Chu Yang ever looked down on him just because he couldn't be of any help? Didn't that prove everything when he risked his life to save him some time ago? So what if he had to suffer some grievances for such a brother? Besides, it couldn't even be considered as grievances. On your way back this time, help me find a few people. The leader is called Nangong Shifeng. All of you know him. Chu Yang said, I've instructed them to rush to the southeast secretly, but until I came out, I didn't see them go back. Pay attention to them along the way. If you find them, bring them back together. Then, the few of you who are experienced in the martial world, train them well. They are good material for intelligence. Wan Renji agreed readily. He knew that from this moment on, Chu Yang had assigned them a job, intelligence. He also understood what Chu Yang meant. He wanted them to have something to do, so that they wouldn't think that Chu Yang was supporting them for nothing. This was also a psychological balance for them. They couldn't help but secretly make up their minds. No matter what, they must do this intelligence work well. Let's go. We can still travel together for a while. It won't be too late for us to part ways when we reach there. Chu Yang turned back and looked at the northwest under the cover of the night. He smiled and said, We've done what we should do here. Whether we can fight, and to what extent, we can't decide anymore. Everyone laughed easily. Taking advantage of the darkness, they went all the way to the southeast. In the vast northwest, the Li clan was in a terrible fix to a certain extent. On the one hand, rebuilding the clan required a lot of manpower and resources. On the other hand, the few people who were chasing after them had suddenly disappeared. They couldn't find any trace of them anymore. Although they knew that the person was definitely still in the northwest and hadn't escaped, they couldn't help but feel uneasy if they didn't catch him. All the experts of the Li clan focused their attention on the inside. They weren't anxious about the outside world. All the clans had already been warned. If they still didn't know what was good for them, they would wait for them to come in first. Of course, the Li clan didn't know that after they had warned those few clans once, someone had already issued a series of warnings to the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers on their behalf. The Li clan's warnings were, of course, to target some unimportant people. But those few people only wanted to see the world in chaos. They specifically targeted the important people of the super clans. Currently, they had already created a blood debt that reached the heavens. And these blood debts would all be blamed on the Li clan. Now, the reinforcements of the super clans were already on the way. This time, those who came were all supreme martial artists, the elites of the clans. A great battle that would sweep across the northwest was about to start, but the Li clan, which was the target of public criticism, was still in the dark. But Chu Yang, as the initiator of all these, had already let go of all these, let them do whatever they wanted. The 5 of them had already escaped from the Li clan's pursuit and encirclement. Everyone didn't have any scruples. In addition, each of them had increased their cultivation by 1 stage, so they all wanted to give it a try. So this journey was really as fast as the wind and lightning. In just one morning, they had already covered a distance of 1,300 miles. There were mountains in front, reaching the clouds. There was a fork in the road, one towards the southeast, the other towards the center. It was time to part ways. Wei Wuyan smiled and pointed. He said, When we came, I remember that there was a small pub in front. Chu Yang, we're not in a hurry. How about we have a good drink before we part ways? Wan Renjia, Cheng Duing, and Bao Buhuan agreed at the same time. Chu Yang smiled and said, Okay. The 5 of them laughed and jumped up at the same time, shooting towards a bend. Suddenly, right in front of them, the sound of hoofbeats could be faintly heard. From the looks of it, a large group of people was coming. The 5 of them were surprised. Who are they? They're actually so powerful. And this sound doesn't sound like the sound of hoofbeats. Wan Renjia's face suddenly changed. He said, Are these wind-chasing beasts galloping? If so, are they the supreme martial artist wind-chasing team of the Qin clan? Supreme martial artist wind-chasing team? Chu Yang frowned. What does that mean? Among the big clans, only the Chun clan had an ancestor who obtained the secret method of taming spirit beasts by chance. He mobilized a large group of people to buy or capture a large group of 8th grade spirit beasts, wind-chasing beasts. After taming them, he tamed them and made them his mounts. According to legend, this ancestor of the Chun clan also used up his lifespan in order to tame this group of spirit beasts and passed away. From then on, no one in the Chun clan had this special ability. So, the wind-chasing beasts of the Chun clan became more and more precious. Later on, they were secretly hidden. It said that only those with the cultivation of supreme martial artist and above are qualified to tame wind-chasing beasts. Juan Rinja explained, "Now, from the sound of it, at least 100 wind-chasing beasts are coming. Could it be that the Chun clan has mobilized supreme martial artists to the northwest?" Chapter 1298. Chu Yang grunted. Then, he looked pensive as he said, "That's really fast. The Chun clan is considered far away. I didn't expect them to be the first to arrive here." Juan Rinjia said, "Of course. If it's a horse, even if it's not stingy with the horse, it can only travel 1,300 miles in a day and night. And only the best horses can do that. But this wind-chasing beast, as an 8th grade spirit beast, can run 5,000 miles in a day. And after a night's rest, it can fully recover the next day." "I see," Chu Yang pondered, but he was thinking about the secret taming technique. "This technique is not bad," the sword spirit said in his mind. "It's indeed a good technique. I also don't know when the Chun clan got such a technique." Chu Yang was speechless. "I just want to know where it came from." "You said you don't know either. However, there used to be a beast master school in Tiankei a long time ago. It had already been extinct for tens of thousands of years." The sword spirit's next words finally cut to the main point. That ancestor of the Chun family must have somehow obtained a bit of inheritance. No wonder he died after exhausting his life. "What do you mean?" Chu Yang was suddenly interested. "The Beast Master School is a technique in the Imperial Court. In the Imperial Court, there's endless spiritual energy to support it. Naturally, there's nothing to worry about. But in the heavenly layer, it can only rely on its own internal energy. With this internal energy, it's fine if he can tame a few beasts as his mounts. But he actually tamed so many. If he doesn't die, who will?" The sword spirit said disdainfully. "So, if this technique is in the Imperial Court, there are no restrictions?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. The sword spirit snorted and said, "Otherwise, how do you think the Beast Master School was destroyed? Because this technique is too heaven-defying. Think about it. A person can control thousands of spirit beasts. With such strength, how can a sect be formed? Sooner or later, it'll be a big problem. So, it should be destroyed as soon as possible. Of course, I don't believe that there are no restrictions. It's just that I don't know the secret of that technique, so I can't say." The sword spirit's words came to an end. Chu Yang was lost in thought. Dust flew in the distance, like a black cloud approaching rapidly. A moment ago, it was still dozens of miles away. In the next moment, it was right in front of him. A large group of yellow-robed men arrived with a loud rumble. Seeing the color of the signboard, everyone immediately knew that they were indeed from the Qin family. Chu Yang and the other four didn't want to cause any trouble. So, they simply flew to the hillside on one side of the road. Chu Yang finally got a clear look at the appearance of this wind-chasing beast. This kind of spirit beast looked like a mule or a horse, but it was shorter than a horse and had a longer body. It was covered in black fur. His forelegs were short and thick. Its hooves were thick and its eyes were ferocious. There was a spacious cushion on the back, and the Chun family members sat on it. The wind-chasing beast traveled at high speed, but the people on it did not move at all. They did not feel any vibrations at all. Even those who were good at riding could sleep on it to replenish their energy. It was indeed a good item. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. No wonder they were able to travel the furthest distance in the shortest amount of time and even beat the other families. In the next moment, the people from the Chun clan would be able to pass by. But at this moment, the leader suddenly squinted his eyes and raised his hand. A whistle was thrown into the air as it spun in the air. With a swoosh, dust formed a yellow cloud and flew over. But these 100-odd people stopped in an orderly manner. The leader patted the head of the wind-chasing beast under him. The wind-chasing beast turned around and actually faced Chu Yang and the other four. This person was dressed in a bright yellow robe and had a thin figure, although he was riding on the wind-chasing beast. But it was also obvious that this person was definitely tall. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, he was looking at Chu Yang and the other four expressionlessly. He shouted, "Come down!" Chu Yang was a little depressed at once. What was going on? We all made way for you, and even we were trying to avoid you. They had already hidden on the hillside, and yet they still suffered such treatment. Could they still be reasonable? Chu Yang held back his anger. He gave a look to tell him to bear with it before floating down. He really had to bear with it. This was a cavalry troop with a total of 110 people, and even the weakest one was a first-grade supreme martial artist. As for the leader who was speaking, he was actually an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. It seemed that the Chun clan had mobilized their secret forces this time. Thinking of this, Chu Yang even felt a little proud. The reason why the Chun clan mobilized their secret forces must be because they thought that the Li clan's actions this time had something to do with the Tribulation Swordmaster. And these people looked like they were here to reinforce the Chun clan in the northwest to deal with the Li clan, but in fact, they were here to deal with the Tribulation Swordmaster. But no matter what, it was certain that these people would go up against the Li clan, since the Chun clan had already made such a decision. Then what about the other clans? If they all made such a decision, that would be great. May I know what's the matter, Elder? Chu Yang and the other four had already disguised themselves, so they didn't have to worry about being recognized as extraterrestrial demons or other bullshit matters. At this moment, they were very calm. The yellow-robed elder's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, "What are your names? Where are you from? Which clan are you from?" He asked 3 questions in a row, and a sense of bossiness hit them in the face, as if he was the master and could do whatever he wanted to the ants under his rule. Wei Wuyan and the other 3 only felt a rush of anger in their chests. Chu Yang waved his hand to stop their anger and said, "Since Elder has asked, we will naturally answer your questions one by one." As he spoke, he said their names. Of course, they were all fake names. As for where they came from the northwest. You came from the northwest. The yellow-robed elder's eyes were half closed. He asked indifferently, "How's the situation there?" Instantly, more than 200 gazes were directed at the 5 of them. Chu Yang and the other 4 simultaneously felt as if more than 200 arrows had been shot on their faces at the same time. Their skin actually hurt faintly. The Northwest is in chaos. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. We originally went to carry out a mission, but we couldn't go deep at all, so we could only return from where we came from. I'm afraid that a great war may break out at any time. It would be such a pity if we were implicated. You are bloodpayers? The yellow-robed elder's eyes lit up. Yes. You don't belong to any clan? Yes. The yellow-robed elder looked at the 5 of them maliciously. He said indifferently, 5 second-grade supreme martial artists. Yes, 5 second-grade supreme martial artists. Little one, tell me about the situation in the Northwest first. The situation in the Northwest is like this. The Li clan has already gone crazy. Chu Yang looked as if he still had lingering fears. He tried his best to exaggerate the tense situation in the Northwest. So the situation is already so bad. The yellow-robed elder muttered to himself. Yes, the Li clan drew a bloodline with the blood of the experts of the various clans. They made it clear that if anyone dared to cross the bloodline again, they would be killed without mercy. Chu Yang said, "Currently, there are signs of war, and it could break out at any moment. Once war breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable." The yellow-robed elder made an O sound. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. He muttered, "A merely clan dares to be so arrogant. If Elder has no other important matters to ask, we will leave now. We will take our leave now, Chu Yang said, since he had already lit the fire. Then he should leave quickly to prevent himself from being implicated. No hurry. The yellow-robed elder's eyes flashed. He said, the 5 of you. What future does being blood payers have? Don't tell me you don't have any plans for the future? Chu Yang instantly realized that things were bad. Could it be that this old fellow wants to take them in? He smiled and said, the 5 of us are used to being free and unrestrained. We can't stand being restrained. Although being a blood payer is dangerous, it's also colorful and free. Elder, thank you for your concern. We will leave now. The yellow-robed elder's eyes relaxed. 2 cold bolts of lightning shot out from them. Who said that you can leave? Chu Yang, Wei Wuyin, and the others were stunned. I'll give the 5 of you 2 choices. First, join the Qin clan and become its servants. Second, die. The yellow-robed elder's voice was very normal, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. If it weren't for the troubled times and the need for manpower, I really wouldn't be interested in the 5 of you. Now, why don't you hurry up and thank me for my kindness? Someone at the back laughed. It's rare that the elder is actually interested in the few of you. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to thank him? What are you waiting for? Chu Yang and the other 4 couldn't restrain the anger on their faces anymore. Damn it. I've never seen such an unreasonable person. I've already made it very clear that I don't like being restrained. This old fellow actually forced himself on me. Luer, are you cold now? Wu Jueqing put his hands behind his back. They walked on the mountain path smoothly. When they were at the Yi clan's base, it was still midsummer. However, when they came here, the trees on both sides had already fallen, as if it was late autumn. Thousands of miles of walking, it was both cold and hot. It's still okay, Chu Luer said discontentedly. Teacher, I'm a martial saint expert. I'm already immune to both heat and cold. Don't always treat me like a child. Wu Jueqing laughed and said, in front of me, you're just a child. I see that your understanding of poison seems to have deepened again these few days. Yes, teacher. Chu was a little happy, but she immediately changed the topic. Teacher, how long more do we have to walk to reach the northwest? I don't know how my big brother is doing. You're not in a hurry either. After crossing this mountain, we'll reach the northwest in less than 2,000 miles. Wu Jueqing smiled and said, your big brother will be fine. Besides, even if something happens, it'll be too late by the time you arrive. So, don't be anxious. Chuler turned around unhappily and murmured, if anything happens to my big brother, don't even think about leaving a single person alive in the entire Northwest. And the law enforcement officers, don't even think about leaving a single person alive. Wu Jueqing was greatly comforted. He said, that's more like the poison doctor's younger brother. Chu Luer said hatefully, especially that Dharma Supreme. I want to capture him. I want to torture him 100 times a day and torture him for 100 years. A chill went down Wu Jueqing's spine. Cough, such torture. She's already surpassed her master. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.